Hello and welcome. It's Theater Thursday. Hello, everybody. Hello, Her Highness, Skulltone, Chocoberry, Lavender Skies, Joseph, Seth. Hello, Mossback. Hello, Lore. Hello, Zevis, Cord. Hello, NPC. Meowed to you. Skullthrone, I saw it for like half a second before my Twitch got rid of it. I think it said like 110 watch streak. God damn, brother. Huge. If by cold one you mean Nos, then yes. Mossback, thank you very much for 17 months on a 16-month streak. God damn. Thank you for sticking around for so goddamn long. I appreciate it. Hey, Cater. Today, we're going to try some map making. We did our last map on Monday. We did a bridge map for CIC. So now we're going to do a map. We're going to try start cooking up some dungeon maps. To no surprise at all to anybody who frequents the Discord, there has been a new game sweeping the Discord. Thanks to Mr. Necromancer, who is a member of the community, who brought in a game called Barony. And it is a old school, or at least old school looking, roguelike dungeon delver RPG, blah, 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 tag word, buzzword. Anyway, it's been really fun. We've been playing it pretty much like every night. And funnily enough, it does actually serve a purpose. Because I've been looking at some of the dungeons that you run through, and yes, they're all procedurally generated, but I think they can help us in making some dungeons for our Pathfinder game. So we're gonna be trying to work on some stuff like that today. I also see that I have a raccoon waiting for me in my kitchen, so give me just a moment. The wrong one. Hey.
Hey, Troublemaker.
Troublemaker.
Mm-hmm.
I look around. What you mean?
I can't believe you were using reach rules for a non-reach weapon. Look at this guy.
I can't believe I grabbed the spear and I was like, yeah, of course it has reach.
Yeah.
Well, what separates it from a javelin if not the reach?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Only to find out this morning as Brett wakes me up very sternly and rakes me across the coals for about a 30-minute private call that nobody got to hear of him basically berating me and lambasting me the entire time about my spear having reach and that the critical hit that I got wasn't actually deserved. That was about 30 to 35 minutes of that. After he hung up, and he said, I love you. And then he said, say it back. And I did. I cried. I cried profusely.
That's how I like it.
Now I'm a dumbass. I realized what it was, by the way. I realized after our conversation, I went back to my foundry and I realized I gave reach to spears.
You gave yourself reach.
I gave reach to I didn't do it in your foundry. At least I shouldn't have. I don't know how to fucking edit stuff now.
Yeah.
But I know that all of my spears in my 5th edition game have reach.
How many times are you gonna bring your own helm ruling to our games?
When we play,
it's getting ridiculous, man. It's getting ridiculous. It's making me look like a fucking moron over here. Here they go. But I go, yeah, that's how it's done because Crown knows how to play the game. He runs games. He knows how it all works. And then I have to get a chat member being like, "What? That's not right."
Not how a spear works." And then we both look over and we go, "What do you mean?"
Like, yeah, fucking. Everyone knows how to play the game. I'm not gonna chase you down or check rules in the middle of a session. What the fuck?
I'm sorry that that chat fucking member came and raked you across the coals as well. It's all that like upper management stuff, right? Like the guy above you yelled at you, so you have to come down and yell at me, and then I have to go find somebody to yell at. It'll probably be a roommate.
It'll probably
who didn't deserve it. They have no idea what's going on.
Fucking
you fucking moron! You moron! Of course, Spear doesn't have reach. And they're like, what? What are you? I don't play D&D, man. What are you saying?
D&D's dumb. What are you talking about?
Professional GMs. Wow. Professional?
I mean, I just keep the game in order, you know. If I have to, my brain soft and old, you know. Like if I got people who know how to play the game, I kind of rely on them to figure it out. And I was like, yeah, Spears got reach, but not realizing no, Spears don't have reach. They like a small, like piercing weapon, as it were, for the.
Funny enough, the biggest difference. Let me double check this. I'm not talking out of yeah, the biggest difference apparently between a spear and a javelin is that spears have versatile, which means you can two-hand it. That's it. Otherwise, they're the exact same weapon.
Except one's got reach.
I went, well, that doesn't make sense. Why would I take that over this?
Except one's got reach
because
and the
spear
other
has
doesn't.
reach, of course. And I did it, and I was like, yeah, this makes perfect sense for the build.
Smiling,
Spears don't have reach.
Now.
Nope. Not even in 2024, apparently. I just looked. They have a new ability called
Here's the funny thing. Spears have never had reach.
Never?
Never.
Must have added that then.
Because then I also went, well, maybe it's a Pathfinder confusion, right? Maybe in Pathfinder, Spears have reach. So I checked Pathfinder 1E, it doesn't. I checked with Pathfinder 2E, it doesn't. And even in Pathfinder 1E, which is based off of 3E, which means 3E, it doesn't.
I just so it doesn't have reach in 4th edition either.
Spears have never had reach. In the 20 plus years Spears have existed in this D20 world, never had reach. Just something but yeah, I mean, of course, that makes sense.
I know that ain't a Pathfinder thing. Hey, man, listen, I think the reason I made it was because I saw the Great Spear in 4th edition, and I went, oh, that has reach. And the other spear has reach. Oh, it's like a long spear or whatever. And I was like, well, all spears should have reach.
In fact, the only one-handed weapon that does have reach is a whip.
Indeed. Maybe I can make like a bone whip.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Can I even wield a whip as a ranger? Is that a thing I can do?
If you can wield martial weapons, you can wield whips.
Great. Can I wield martial weapons?
I believe as a ranger you can. Because that was the problem with ranger, was like, why would I ever play a ranger if I could just play a fighter who'll just do the class better?
Simple and martial weapon. Can wield a whip.
You can wield a whip indeed.
What does it do? A D4? Very pog.
Yeah. That's why I was like, interesting. So like reach essentially like subtracts 2 dice from like 2 dice grades essentially, because usually a single-handed martial weapon's a 1d8, a single-handed simple weapon's a d6, and that drops all the way down to a d4.
Multimum, yes. I found out what it was afterwards, is that I had been playing with my homebrew for so long that I forgot that baseline spears do not have reach, in fact.
Yeah, they're meant, you can throw with them.
You can throw them,
they can
indeed.
yeah,
They're strength thrown, which is pretty dope.
Yeah, they're throw weapons. They're essentially like a harpoon.
Correct. The only difference is that you can two-hand it, but
Yeah.
I
Or not a
think
harpoon, what do you call it? What's the other weapon?
I think you're thinking of harpoon.
I feel like I'm wrong. Javelin, that's what I meant.
Oh, okay, yeah. So here's
Javelin.
the thing: you're paying 5 silver more for the versatile, is what you're paying for between a javelin and a spear.
Well, and the throne isn't that great either.
They're the same throne.
Nope.
Oh, you're right. The spear throw is actually worse. Wow. Okay. Why do I have a spear?
It's because the versatile you can two-hand.
But I have a massive fucking tower shield.
Yeah,
I'm never gonna two-hand it.
Yeah. So why? So you're asking why do you have a spear?
Yes. Why do I have a spear?
I don't know, man.
Fuck.
You used the spear wrong. Lobos didn't buy thieves' tools, so I had to be the dick.
I
That's
love
like,
that one.
nope.
I've had that moment before with my own players, where my players like, I go to pick the lock, and I go, okay, roll me a thieves' tools,
Cool.
and then they look at their inventory, they're rubbing their chin.
Well, he did the check, and that's why I was like, no, I need to see it in your inventory. I need you to link it to me. He's like, I can't find it. And I'm like, yeah, neither can I.
Good job, bud.
So, I mean, I was nice and said, you know what? It's an oversight. I know it's a hardcore game, but I don't have to be a dick about it. So I kind of gave the okay, if you can buy it now, like, I'll let you have it. And he couldn't. So I was like, all right, you don't have them. You must have forgotten them or, lost them in the blizzard or whatever.
It was
but
very funny.
I was like, oh man, I hope people don't think I'm a dick for being like, you didn't buy it, you don't got it. I'm sorry.
I had a great time. That was great.
Oh, I'm sure it was wonderful for you.
I watched, me cheating.
The outsider looking in with your reach spear,
Yeah, I watched Scrumbus almost die to a knife. Like literally something that would have just taken his head off from 7 points of damage.
Mm-hmm.
And I went, he could actually die. Like he's just, he is very prone to dying right now, in fact.
Yeah, he's a fucking wizard. Runs into house holding torch.
Can he see me?
Can see me, right? Yeah, it's like, yeah, man.
In fact, I can right now.
And then Tom still had the balls to be like, can I attempt to hide? And I had to be like, no. Standing in an open hallway, holding a torch. I'm afraid that's just not gonna happen. Sorry.
DM, imagine.
Yeah. It's not stealth from World of Warcraft, as so many people seem to think what stealth check is. Where you just vanish into thin air, and I'm like, that's not. Hey, man, that's not how that works. I've had to explain that so many times to people.
Are you excited for tomorrow? It's dumpster over tomorrow, so yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, what do you mean you don't know?
That's what it sounds like you're saying. You're like, contractually obligated.
I've signed no contract.
To state my excitement.
I'm a free agent.
Tomorrow.
Any pod, Joe Rogan, you can hit me up anytime.
Whoa!
Cajillion dollars, please. All your Apple, is it Apple money or Spotify money that he has?
I don't fucking know. Both.
Nice. You hate everything now. What? Oh, the Title 1 update for Wilds. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm like hunter rank like 70 something, like 72 or whatever. So I can do all the stuff that comes out. We don't get Arc Tempered Raydao until like the end of April, I believe. So that kind of sucks. Raydao is like a really fun fight.
I was getting harassed.
Correct. Yeah. Immediately after being raked across the coals, I asked, hey, are you ready for the Title 1 update? And he said, no.
No. Dude, you think I got time for that?
Oh, I've been cheating in D&D for years now. I've been thinking my spear had reach. Wow.
It's time for you to be the bigger person.
Ooh, it's time for you to come out and be like, guys, we have to start the whole campaign over. Whole campaign over, guys. I cheated. I killed the BBEG with my reach spear. We have to start over again.
Jesus Christ.
Damn. Unfortunate. To be fair, I landed one hit, I think. I think I missed every single other hit after that.
Yeah, there was definitely a couple of options I could have went for that fight, but at the same time, like
we should have died, honestly. We were so ill prepared.
I think the fight went well. I think you guys did as well as you could. And no one went down, which was good. And yeah.
The fact that the whole party could not roll over a fucking 6 the entire night was crazy. You were like, he has a 12 armor class.
Yep.
And we were like, okay, a 12? Dude, we're gonna fucking obliterate this dude. 8, 8, 7, 8, 8, 10, 8, 11, 8, 8, 10, 10. It was like, oh my, fucking hit this guy. It was great. It was literally the meme you fucking posted.
Yep. It's just you guys just desperately trying to hit something, hitting everything else instead. Can't move.
Got this. I slam Scrumbus in the head as I go to swing. I miss.
Hey, and the best part, you guys are still level 2.
Level 2, so baby.
We'll see who survives level 3.
What a terrifying ass comment.
I mean, it's hardcore. That's how it should be. If people ain't dying, I'm getting yelled at.
True, actually. They're like, oh, not hardcore enough. How come they didn't die in character creation?
Yeah, I've got like 2 vastly different sides. One who's accusing me of being the fucking Antichrist for the hardcore rule set, and then the other saying I'm too much of a baby to not make the game difficult because it's hardcore. So there is this like strange limbo that I have placed myself in, I feel like.
Well, so here's the thing, right? That people watched Lost Mines of Phandelver and watched Brian lose their hand immediately. The first combat encounter, Joe lost his fucking hand, and I got like a sucking chest wound immediately.
Yeah.
And they were like, oh my God, this is peak.
Yep.
And then they watched us like fumble through the goblin cave, through the fucking whatever is the Cragmaw cave or whatever. They watched us fumble through that. They watched Brian get obliterated. Oh no, he lost his hand in the cave. What did he got knocked out and lost like half of his mustache or something like that in like the first goblin encounter. But he got like crit hit and exploded. They just watched us like fumble forward multiple times until we eventually like TPK'd in the cavern. That's like the first 2 sessions basically.
Yeah, which was great.
Fantastic time. And then they watched Curse of Strahd, and they watched the Death House, and they watched 3 PCs die in the Death House.
Yep.
And they're like, oh my God, this is peak.
Yeah.
Yes. And then they get to Rime of the Frost Maiden, and they don't understand that this has been years now. This has been a year or more of hardcore games with 2 players who have played the hardcore game, every single hardcore game. We have learned how to be more cautious than ever before. We do not take unnecessary risks. And if we do, it's usually for like a bit. And people got to understand now that like not only is Junie coaching these people, I'm also coaching these people. I'm saying, hey man, don't go there. You're going to die. Hey man, this guy's going to do something funky when he gets bloody. Hey, this guy's going to do some crazy shit. Don't run away. Don't ever run away. Stay with the group. You will die alone. Is the like the warnings I am trying to give these people, because it is shit I have seen. Oh, are you on your own? You're about to die. That's all I can. Oh, are you by yourself out there where nobody can reach you? Remember, the bad guys have flanking now. You will get fucked. So it's experience from the other games coming to fruition now in this game. And I think people are like, I think they want newbies. They want all newbies.
Oh yeah.
So if you're gonna, I think, as much as it saddens me to say, I think if you're gonna do another hardcore game, Junie and I cannot be in it.
No, you guys need to be in it. There needs to be one of you guys needs to be in it, and the reason why is because you need to have like the grizzled veteran. That's kind of what you two are, because they, especially because you got Lawman and everyone like asking like a bunch of questions, like, well, how does this work? What happens when I die, etc. You need to have someone there to be like, oh yeah, this is what happens. This is what you do when all that goes down. Like you need someone to sort of guide the hand. But also, like, everyone's so fucking busy nowadays. I'm kind of limited on player choice, unfortunately. See, I've entered this strange weird limbo now, which fucking sucks, and I'm not blaming anyone for it, but it does kind of sting, where people are just busy with everything they've got going on. A lot of grind stream mindsets, and just people trying to get their own shit built and all that stuff. So
okay, that's fair, I guess. It's
just been a difficult time trying to find players. Before it was plentiful. Now everyone's busy trying to make a fucking living right now. So, and
everybody's kind of like scrounging together. Like,
yeah, well, and I'm in a weird spot because before I used to have a pool of people that I could either tap, or a pool of people that I knew from watching streams that I could tap and go, hey, are you interested in D&D? I'd love to run a game for you. And then made friendships that way. Everyone I've ever wanted to tap ever in the stream space, I've already done. I don't know who, and they've either said yeah or ghosted me, which is fine. That's the way of the world. And because these people don't know me from Adam, I totally get that. So now, because I've been running games since 2020, I want to say. And I've been streaming since 2017. That is about 5 to 7 years that have elapsed. And because of my workflow and my workload and everything like that, I don't watch streams anymore as much as I would. So I don't really know who the current talent is now. And while I'm sure they're all lovely individuals, I don't want to know any more people. As sad as that sounds, I don't have the capacity. It does, if that makes sense. To like to be like,
it's exhausting.
To be like, yeah, well, because then you have to be like, all right, who are you? Like, not like that, like an asshole, but like sort of like, all right, I don't know who you are as a person, so I can't kind of come in with some sort of presumption, of what to expect, right? So I don't know who the person is, and then I don't know who it like how they react in games. I don't know the disposition, and it is a crapshoot because sometimes you run a game for someone and it's just like, oh boy, this is rough. Like this is, sometimes you're just dealing with players who are more chaotic than you can operate.
Don't worry, man. I've seen some of your older clips, And there's a
Yeah.
lot of moments where I'm like, I don't think I could be in that party. Like,
Yeah. It's tricky. So like, and I'm just kind of getting old and tired, and I don't want to. It's hard to network nowadays, you know, because also like, the older you get, you know, the age of streamers, it remains the same, you know, and no slight to anyone these ages, you know, but I think I would have a hard time interacting with a 20-something-year-old now that I've just met for the first time, you know, or I have to be like. And also, it's like streamers can also be pretty challenging because they're also trying to do like entertainment and do bits and stuff like that. And then I'm just like, hey, can you just be normal? Oh, fuck. Can you just be normal, please? You know, so, but.
why can't you just be normal?
so yeah, it's a lot of that. Like, you know, I tapped Joe for the playtest game we're running, and he's like, I don't know if I've got free evenings. And I'm like, that's fair. Joe's been grinding hard, you know?
Yeah.
So, Tomato is like eager. It's like,
Nice.
he wants to,
Yeah,
he wants to
I saw him
play a
asking
game.
questions.
Yeah, he wants to, well, I haven't run a game for Tomato in like probably a year-ish now, I'd imagine. So like,
Was it
I know
Lost Mines was the last time?
No, it was Ganymede, I think was the last time I ran a game for him.
Oh, that's right. He was the punchy frog.
Yeah, so for me, it's just like, you know, like, we're both like, let's get a game going, but it's hard to find people to play. Because I also don't want to, like, you know I'm double dipping with you, but like, I don't want to. I was double dipping with Joe as well. Because I primarily was looking for DMs, right? Or and like people who like understand the system so that you guys could kind of see it from that game design aspect, you know? What are you laughing? What are you
Just
laughing
30
about?
minutes earlier. Do you guys know that spears don't have reach? I've been playing this since its fucking inception, by the way, which is wild.
Yeah, maybe I should take a minute, you know? So yeah, it's just so I still got some people to tap. I tapped Mr. Sci-Fry and seen his availability. I've got other folks. Oh, and I think Naomi's gonna be able to join this one. So
Oh, nice.
I mainly was checking to see if we could do Mondays. So, but I think Naomi will be available. We'll do Naomi, you, Tomato, and honestly, I just need to find one person. If I can find one person, I think we'll be good to go.
Hell yeah.
I just, you know, because I think I do want to shrink down to start doing 4-player parties. I think that'll be more interesting.
I mean, running for 5 players right now, I much more enjoy it. I was running for 6 for a while.
Yeah, I can't
cumbersome.
do 6 anymore. Like I say that with, you know, Deadbeats that has 6, and, you know, Shadow's Breach, which temporarily has 6 now. It's yeah, I 6 you can get away with 6, but I do feel like with 4 everyone kind of gets a chance to shine.
Yes.
If that makes sense.
Yes. But even with like 5 right now, 4 is great. I ran for a 3-person group in my first years of TMing. Amazing.
Same.
Oh, dude, the role play that you get from like 3 people bantering back, like those players, super close. Like they are like ride or die immediately with 3 players. It's great.
So yeah, I mean, and yeah, I used to run for 3 players as well, and it is, yeah. But I think with 4, it's a good enough balance. Difficulty is a little higher up there because now you don't have to worry about so many people that you have to tear through HP to get to feel get that threatened feel. You know what I mean?
Correct.
So yeah, I think that's gonna be the but I don't know. Like I said, I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be able to keep doing this. In the grand scheme of things, as people get older and again, like the only people I can run for is now like you have to recommend someone to me. Like I can't actively look for people anymore. I have to get a recommendation, as it were. So
I mean, that still makes sense though. Like,
yeah.
I've toyed with the idea in the past of like running for like Patreon and stuff like that, but
no offense to the audience. You know, and I'm not talking about you, sweetie. I point to the chat member.
No, it's just a lot of like not everybody's meant for every table. I can tell you that straight up right now for free. Not everybody is meant for every table.
You also just don't know personalities. The personalities you're going to be dealing with when you're running for like a random patron. Now, don't get me wrong, professional DMs who like get paid for games and stuff like that, like God bless them. Like that is a skill I don't think I'd have the ability to do personally. Because if I've got one, and that's it. Here's the thing, right? If you've got a party of 4 people and it's 4 random people you've never met, you know nothing about, you know nothing of their personality, you have nothing to reference, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, all it takes is one socially awkward individual to ruin the whole thing. it really does. And so most of that is honestly just like the chances of it falling apart are just it's just too high. You know, it's just so fucking high. You would honestly have to do interviews. You'd have to do interviews with everyone. You'd have to like sit with them for an hour and be like, can I vibe with this person? Is this gonna be a good fit? You know,
what are you like? Are you okay?
Yeah. We did one of the perks we had for the fishing book was that you would run a game with the original with the misdemeanor crew. And that was a big lofty goal. And I was like, I don't think, maybe we'll get it, maybe we won't get it. And yeah, someone nabbed it right away. And I was like, holy shit, awesome. So, but then I met the individual, and the individual was, was great. He was a stand-up guy. I was very happy to have the talk with him. We had a lovely time running with the individual, and it was good. But man, it could have not been. It really could have not been. So it is a lot.
It is a gamble.
It is a lot to digest. So, and yeah, it's just it's also like, my headspace hasn't been the best these past few days, but also like few weeks, few months. Headspace hasn't been super good, unfortunately.
To be fair, you've gone through back to back things. So,
what do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean, brother?
What are you talking about?
The shit that you've gone through in real life? Family matters, pet matters.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, you have been getting your shit rocked like nonstop. What do you mean?
Oh, have I? I guess I have, huh? Well, I mean, Jesus. It's not so much that, as odd as that sounds. Oh yeah, maybe it is, and it's not. That's the interesting about psychology, right? Is like, you're like, I don't think that's affecting me, and you're like, shit affects you without you even realizing it's affecting you. Like,
correct.
You'll be like, and you're like, oh yeah, that's the weird thing.
Oh, that does in fact hurt. Now that I stop and think about it. Oh, yeah. When I'm alone with my emotions, that does in fact feel really bad.
Well, and also it is like, not to be the fucking crying liberal, but like, this administration has been exhausting. It's been so.
This reminds me of 2020. I remember like waking up.
Exhausting.
I remember waking up every day on 2020 and there being something new, and I just look at my phone and I just slowly put my phone back down. I'm like, I don't want to look at that anymore.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's as weird as it sounds. Like when the pandemic happened, and we were all quarantined. That was what I felt at most peace during the entire administration. As weird as that
sense of
fucking
calm.
sounds. Well, because no one could leave their homes. I was like, all right, we're gonna fucking settle it down now. We're gonna just, this is something new. We're gonna write it out and see what the fuck happens. So yeah, no, absolutely. But nowadays it's just like, guys, it is a disappointment in humanity and a recognition that people are fucking dumb. And I didn't realize how stupid we were as a human race. Like, it's something that you joke about, right? That you're just like, yeah, people are dumb. But then you're like, oh my God, people are dumb. Holy shit.
You're hit with it and you go, wait a minute. That was a bit, guys.
Yeah, God. It's like especially the whole tariff thing to me is just like, and people are like, that's right, we're gonna get all those other countries back. I'm like, you don't know how this works. Hey, you don't know how it works. And anyone that goes to me and it's like, no, liberal, you don't know how it works. Hi, dipshit. I have a business where I get goods and manufacturing from out of the country. Like, I know how it works. And you go, and then if you go, okay, well, you fucking commie bastard, why don't you get your shit made in America? And it's like, because if I got my shit made in America, I would have to double the price retail wise of everything. Like, I don't know if you want to pay $120 for a supplement book about fishing, gang. Like, I don't think that's what you want.
Given that we've seen people lose their shit over Nintendo's price hike for games, I would think no. I think not, in fact. I think people would be very staunchly opposed.
Yeah. Yeah, wait until the PlayStation 6 comes out and you find out that shit's gonna be $900 because of all this crap. Don't fucking do it, dude. So, but you're just like, oh my God. The big thing for me that has made me go, is again, we've done this before and it ended poorly in a little thing we call the Great Depression.
I give a thumbs up.
Yep.
Those have been some of my favorite memes, by the way. As traumatic as I'm sure the experience will be, I love looking at Twitter and people being like, oh, is that the second Great Depression right as I'm about to get out of college? Amazing.
Oh my God. I can't believe we're gonna have another Great Depression at the 100-year anniversary of the previous Great Depression. Yeah, fucking Hoover was like, we're gonna isolate, we're gonna tariff everybody, and we're gonna bring it back, and we're gonna bring everything back to America. It's all America, baby. And then we went through and then what ended up happening was, amongst other things, we went through a pretty terrible depression that took about 12, 16 years to get out of. Yeah. I mean, there were other factors as well. There were the fact that once the stock market became a thing and banks were like, yeah, we'll give you loans. You don't have to check anything. We'll give you a loan so that you could put your loan in the stock market, and everyone was fucking rich. And then people started cashing out all at the same time. And then the market was like dropping by 11% on the daily until it completely crashed. And then Hoover went, I'll fix this. We're doing tariffs now. And that just made everything a hell of a lot worse.
What are you doing?
Yeah, just made everything worse because everything became more expensive because it's expensive to make things in America. So it's frustrating when you've got Trump literally being like, he literally said, if Hoover stuck it out with the tariffs, we would have made so much money. And I'm just like, mother fucker,
I pump my fist. That's right.
Like, yeah, it essentially was like essentially was like Hoover was too much of a pussy. Didn't stick it out with the tariffs.
Didn't understand how money works.
Oh my
Like
God.
me, I understand how money works.
And meanwhile, I'm looking around.
And he's just like me
this,
for real, for real. I don't understand shit.
But also, like, okay, fair enough. Like, you cannot, you don't have to understand shit. What I do understand is when someone who has gone bankrupt multiple times publicly, and is also when he's taken money out of the banks and the banks go, hey, when are you going to pay this money back? And he goes, I don't have it anymore because he went bankrupt. And then the banks are like, well, what the fuck are we going to do? And then the city ends up going downhill. He doesn't pay any of his people to like build casinos that have went bankrupt, which is impossible. Well, how does a casino go bankrupt? Seriously, genuinely, it literally.
They give me money the moment I walk in, like a good casino should do.
How does a casino go bankrupt when we all, as a collective human race, go, yep, the house always wins. If I go to a casino, I'm losing. Coming out with less money, and we as a society are okay with that. So you have quite literally made a business that is all about, hey, give me money, enjoy your dopamine hit for the week, for the weekend, and then get the fuck out, and we're gonna keep your money. And you went, Roger, Dodger, thumbs up. Like, it is an actual business that you throw your money away and you're okay with it. How does a casino go bankrupt?
Allow me, as I begin to demonstrate me spending obscene amounts of money.
How does it fucking go bankrupt? So I see all that and go, wow, I don't think this is going to be the guy that's going to, oh, you want to still bring him in. Okay, well, you know what? We deserve whatever was about to happen. Honestly, that as sad as that sounds is the acceptance I've come to. I'm like, whatever terrible shit that's about to happen, we kind of did it to ourselves. We'll see what happens.
Correct. I mean, that's really the only thing we can do at this moment.
I mean, it is.
I can't do anything. I'm a schlub. Yeah. What do I do? I'm a consumer.
Well, yeah. When the before April 2nd, they're like, announcing a shit ton of tariffs. I'm like, we're fucked. It's gonna be bad. And today's market was bad. I checked my accounts, getting ready to see how much money I lost, and went, yep, I'm $5,000 poor. Awesome. From the $10,000 I was already poor from this stupid motherfucker. Okay, cool. Awesome. We're just
neat. Very neat.
Yeah. See, originally it was like, hey, all the gains we did get when Trump became president, just for being there and doing nothing, and all the gains that happened through that was negated after the first few rounds of tariffs, and now we are worse off market-wise than we were before the presidency began. And I'm just looking around going, you see this shit? And then every time I see a tweet that's like, yep, Trump's fixing America, I'm like, show your work. show your work, robot. Like, what do you mean?
I can't wait to order, like, I can't wait. It's gonna be great. I'm gonna all the bubble pops and all the various things that people are like, I can't wait for it to happen. It's happening. Get ready. Get your money ready.
It's happening. It's happening right now. You can put your money in the market right now, and in 10 years you'll be so far fucking ahead. But yeah, that bubble is gonna pop something fierce. I'm also waiting.
Let me also preface chat and chatters. I'm a not an educated gentleman. I didn't go to college. I joined the Navy outside of high school, and my education came from the Navy. So I don't know jack diddly shit. I just recently learned how tariffs work, because I was like, isn't that just taxes? Like, are we just taxing to tax? I didn't know until I looked, and I was like, yeah, it is. It is in fact taxes, but guess what? We pay those.
Yeah, it's a tax that I pay for.
And I went, oh.
If I get something made in China and it gets shipped over here, a tariff is applied depending on what the tariffs are. Everyone has it. Countries have their own tariffs, which means that people will not buy American goods. If the tariffs are too high, they'll go to other countries where they can do that from outside of the country.
Mhm.
So when if I get a bunch of books made from China and it gets shipped over, I have to pay a tariff for us to ship it over, and it's a tax, and I'm probably going to be paying about 40% more than I was for the first book. But fortunately, I work with some talented manufacturing partners, and I'm not a piece of shit. So they're gonna take a hit. I'm gonna take a hit, and then but somewhere along the way, the consumer is also going to take a hit. It's just not going to be as big of a hit. It's not like, okay, well, 40% now goes to you. It's now like, okay, I'm going to pay part of it out of my own pocket. The company is going to offer me a better rate, which means they're going to lose money out of their pocket. Yeah, it's just no one wins. And then if you're yeah, well, and then your argument is, well, then you should get it made in America. Again, shit is so expensive to be manufactured here in America that if you do go with an America First policy with certain products, consumers going to pay double to triple, just about, for what it would actually be worth, essentially. Like, if I were to get a book made outside the country, I could probably, these are just rough ass numbers. These aren't actual numbers. It'd probably be anywhere, depending on how many books you order, about $5 to $10 a book. If I were to get that same book made in the States, it's about $25 to $35 a book. So you're looking at twice to three times the price. So even with tariffs, it still ends up being the better deal when a company just goes, all right, we're just going to have to eat this cost, essentially, because again, unless American factories can compete, which sadly, depending on what is getting manufactured, they can't. And again, this isn't an anti-American, like...
That's right. You better prep yourself, you communist. What are you saying?
Yeah, this ain't like an anti-American thing. It literally is like, what are we producing? What are our imports and exports? What kind of textiles and shit are we able to extract and make? Because there are just things, naturally speaking, we do not have here that other countries have, that we need to purchase from so that we can bring them from that to here and then manufacture it here. If you go in with this mindset of just get everything America, there are things we simply cannot produce because we do not have the correct the correct material for it, essentially. It's just we don't have it. That's why trade exists, because I go, hey, like, we can kind of make this thing, but if we make this thing, it's going to be 5 times the price. But you've got so much of that thing, you've got so much of that thing in spades, and then you're gonna sell to me for cheaper, and then the thing that I have in spades, I can sell or trade to you for cheaper, and that's how that's how globalism works. That's how trade works. Import, export. We've been doing it since the beginning of time. When you go in with the mentality of, well, we'll just do it all ourselves, I'm like, you can't, because especially when for the past 40 years, right? We've kind of been doing it this way, and that's why prices are the way they are, and they're good and affordable. But if we did it all ourselves, I don't think that's not, because I don't think people want to pay, $5,000 for an iPhone. I don't think people want to pay $10,000 for a PC. I don't think people want to pay $50,000 for a sedan. It's these are all things that we're being very short-sighted, and it's very easy to be like, yeah, America first, America first. You're like, okay, but we're not first at everything, and if that's the way you want to go about it, like, go about it, but watch out now.
What if we just need to get humbled?
Oh, we do need to get humbled, we've said that on Dumpster Delvers.
Sure.
The only we need. I don't want it to happen, but I genuinely think, because we're so reactionary, right? Well, if anything, this election taught me was we are extremely reactionary. We don't think beyond step 2. It essentially turns into this, like, I'm not getting the thing I want right now. Let's change it right now. We went through a pandemic, and which unfortunately meant once everything started happening and coming out again, we had to deal with inflation, because we literally went through a year where the country was shut down, and then everyone was out doing shit again. We didn't have supply, but demand was woo, which meant prices went woo, because if demand outpaces supply, then prices skyrocket because of that. So we were in the process of trying to curve it, but we were going through post-pandemic, which, how often has that happened in our life, in our livelihoods? So things were being curved, things were slowly, but it was going to take a while. It was going to take a while to fix it. But unfortunately, also with avian flu essentially decimating chickens, to fuck eggs, it's shit wasn't being changed fast enough, so yeah, and so everyone went, I don't like where I'm at right now, we need to change it, so let's just let's flip the script and see if that'll work. It's like, nope. It's not. And now we flip the script, and now we'll see what happens, but if history has taught us anything, it's gonna get worse before it gets better, and it's going to take a while before things get better. Again, Great Depression took about 14 to 16 years for us to get out of that shit.
Oh God.
Like genuine effort, and it took a president 4 terms to do it before we went, let's not do that again. So we will literally have to have someone in power who will do everything they can to fix it, and then whoever the next president becomes will also have to kind of play ball in that same direction. Otherwise, we may never get out of this. It may never. We may be dealing with the new normal.
It's also going to require a lot of like reaching over the fence, which is what we don't do right now. Tribalism in full effect. So we kind of need
even more so.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, we need somebody to either unify the parties or fucking
we're
something.
We're right now giving the middle finger to, I don't know, the entire fucking world right now, and I'm like, that's bad. We do not want to be isolated. Because, guess what the EU's doing? They're talking to China, being like, hey, we need to kind of get ready to
That's what a lot of people
without the States, and it's like,
a lot of people fail to realize that by us isolating ourselves, we give China an obscene amount of power, more than we already have. By us withdrawing from the seas everything, or like around Japan and everything like that, we have allowed China to basically go through and make massive naval bases as under the guise of like factories and the like across numerous islands down there, and have basically expanded their navy tenfold. because we just didn't want to be there anymore. And now they're attacking vessels that pass through, and we don't do anything. So we've allowed China to just consume a massive part of the world.
So we essentially need a wake up call. We do need something to happen where we all go, holy shit, that was a close one, and recognize like, hey, if we go down this path, we're gonna be in a lot of trouble. And like, yeah, it sucks that that's the only way we learn our lesson is when something actively happens. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like something actually does that. But I don't know. If again, history has shown us a lot, and especially what we tend to do in crisis, and we kind of turn into unga bunga cavemen and start doing some pretty inhumane shit, which fucking sucks, as a nation.
The rest of the world doesn't want the USA or Russia as well. Oh, I'm aware. I'm very aware that the United States military and government is hated a lot in other places of the world. Do not get that twisted. The only reason I'm saying that is, battle of the superpowers, so to speak.
It's gonna get a little wacky before it gets better. And again, like, I don't think I'm wrong in this, but like, if I am, okay, I'd be if for some weird, strange, God forbidden reason I've missed a part, and suddenly the economy turns around because of these weird ass tariffs. I have no problem being like, well, I was wrong, and then that's the difference. Is like, God, I want to be wrong. I would love to be wrong. I would, because at that point I go, okay, I overreacted.
I put my hands up. Apologies, I wasn't familiar with your game.
Yeah, I apparently missed a couple of steps. But I'm a big, I'm not going off of feelings here. I'm going off of, historical evidence of what happens when we try this shit. And if you're not doing it differently, that it's just like, so it's going to be the same fucking outcome, right? Unless some outside force somehow flips or changes the script. But as of right now, I'm just kind of like, no, I don't think so. All right, I'm done talking about this. You sons of bitches, all trying to get early access to Dumpster Delvers.
That's right, baby. Tune in tomorrow,
where we'll probably talk about the same
correct
fucking thing. Because God, every week it's something new, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gotten to the point where I just sort of like
I have to
scroll
stop
through my phone.
Yeah, I have to stop. I have to be like, all right, I'm gonna do something else.
Because I usually love doom scrolling, right? Like I love like
doom scrolling's gonna kill me if I keep, especially for over these next 4 years. It's going to kill me. So I can't do it. I'll catch myself doing it. Be like, no, I gotta stop.
Stop it. Turn it off.
Exactly. I gotta stop it. I gotta stop it right now. No, thank you.
Not me. I'll scroll through until I see something meant to be reactionary, and I fling to the comments to read people being incredibly like vitriolic.
You do what I do. Do what I do, where I go, surely people aren't going to believe this, and then you will see some stupid ass, dumb, hateful comment.
Well, here's the other thing, right? The other big thing that I've been sort of considering and realizing a lot is that usually if it's like a check mark that's replying, it's like a bot. It's a bot whose whole purpose is to incite
ad rev.
Yeah, so they'll like agree with whatever like crazy post is there to get, I see the like 460 replies type shit, and I'm like, oh damn, that bot is working overtime.
I've started actively blocking people who have been doing the Ghibli AI art and have been
God, it's so fucking ugly too. Like
particularly aggressive about it. There was one user who like is like, hi, for trans visibility day, I made this ghibli, I ghibliized you or something, like there's some term they started using, which is so fucking stupid. And the person went, oh, thanks, but I'd really appreciate it if you didn't make AI art of me. I don't like it. I don't like AI art. I think it's not a good thing. So I'd really appreciate if you did that. And they went, okay, well, I remade the piece and I made you pregnant while you're holding a pregnancy test. Don't mess with AI artists. And I'm like, people genuinely believe because they can just type a fucking prompt that it is now this big bird when you're, so it is, it's just like I can't take AI art seriously because the people who think it's the best and try to, and it even says like, you know, I was doing trans visibility day, but now it's AI appreciation day, and you're just like, you know, AI artists get so much abuse, and you're just like, motherfucker, what? And they're like, I made you step in poo as well, I got you. And it's like, all I can imagine is, first of all, it's already funny when someone's arguing with you online because you can just imagine this big sweaty guy just typing on a keyboard being like, I'll show them. But now it's worse because now they're like, yo, yeah, I'm gonna type in a prompt of you doing something stupid. Haha. And I'm like, that's nothing. And
Cool,
it makes
man.
you look
Very
like
cool.
an idiot. Yeah.
Very
it makes
awesome.
you look like a stupid
There's an
idiot.
artist in my community who will actually just draw you crucified. So fucking, what's up, idiot?
Yeah, and draw you doing it. You could go ahead and type it in a fucking prompt, but Jesus fucking God, it's so stupid. And anyone that like comes in with just AI and then being like, look what I made, I'm like, you didn't make it. I'm sorry, bud. You didn't make it. You typed a prompt. You went, no, refresh, no, refresh, no. I know. Let me just type in a couple other things here. There we go. Now we got it. What cracks me up are people online who are now doing AI art commissions. Like that.
Oh, that was
hilarious to me.
That was a big thing I saw for a while when it first popped off.
So funny to me. So funny to me.
See, okay. It's hilarious until you look at their Patreons and they're making thousands and thousands of dollars.
That I go back to my first statement. People are stupid.
There's a, oh my God, I forget the fucking artist. There's a really popular AI
artist
creator. I'm not gonna call them a fucking artist. An AI creator.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
On Twitter, who is always in my fucking timeline. It's really obnoxious because the way Twitter works now is that if you follow people and they like stuff, their likes end up start showing up in your timeline. So even if you don't follow the artist,
right,
it doesn't show you either. It's just something that it's like, it's either a mutual that you have, like somebody you follow is putting, like, liking those things so they show up in your timeline, or it's somebody you follow who's liking a ton of it and is now appearing in your timeline. That's why you'll get like artists who you've never seen before appearing in your timeline. And that's what was happening. This fucking AI creator is like, they make not safe for work stuff, so of course it's super popular. But I went to their Patreon because they're like, yeah, come make requests or do commissions at my Patreon Discord. I look at their fucking Patreon and they're making like $6,000 a month.
Wow, Jesus Christ!
And I'm like, whoa.
That's discouraging. I get that. I get that. When, especially like, you know, like I'm working real hard on getting shit done, and then you look at other people who don't deserve the Patreon they have. You go, oh my God, you're making way more than me. Why? How? Huh?
And it feels like petty, right? Like if some part of me feels...
It is petty. It is petty.
Some part of me feels like bad for being like, you don't deserve that.
Well, because you're like, God, I'm really working hard, and then you're just kind of taking like the easy way out. Like you have, I don't know. Like for me, it's frustrating, but also at the same time, you're just kind of like, oh, you kind of figured out a way to sell trash. You know, you are a snake oil salesman and you have discovered how to sell that snake oil, you know?
The other thing is, yes, Patreon will never get rid of it because Patreon gets a cut.
Yes.
That's a big thing. You guys, like, the big thing that you'll see with artists and creators and shit out there, like, if there's something you don't like and they're using a system that you know of, like Patreon, Subscriber Star, all that shit, they're never going to get rid of it until the bank tells them to.
Yeah.
Because they make a shit ton of money off of that. Is there a creator out there making some horrific stuff? Well, until the bank tells that like Subscriber Star, Patreon, or whatever to stop supporting that, they're never going to get rid of it, because every time they draw money out to be like, time to get my McDonald's, Patreon reaches into that wallet, takes out $20 and goes, thanks, man, and then they walk away. Like, they have no incentive whatsoever to stop AI creators from making Patreons like that until there's legislation out there. Until legislation comes out to basically, and there won't be, because again, it's money. I love money, Mr. Squidward. Money.
You can have, well, I don't know, because like I say, you have to declare when you make AI shit on YouTube, but also YouTube's been demonetizing some of these like AI like trailer channels and stuff like that. And so I'm like, oh, maybe we're figuring it out. I don't know. It's just, but I do think AI will unfortunately have more prevalence, which is why it's super important. I snap my fingers. I point at potential customers. Support people who have a stand. If you don't want to see AI garbage in your products, support people who have essentially publicly stated they will not use generative AI in their products. Like, I don't know, IO Publishing. Hey, what's up? Hey, what's going on? What's good? What's good?
I put my hand on my chest. I put my other hand up. You will never see me use generative AI for maps ever, unless I'm fucking, if I'm dead, that'll, and some robot has taken over my name, will be the only time that you see some fucking generative AI for maps.
It's fucking Jesus Christ. What was I about to say? My brain just turned off for a second. Yeah, I've been trying to look for like some maps for like Icewind Dale, and some of them are like, oh yeah, Mid Journey, and I had to go like, boo, because I clearly saw like Incarnate, right? So I messaged one person. It's like, hey, I saw you some of this use Mid Journey, some of it you don't. Can I get a list of things that you don't use Mid Journey? Because I do not want to use maps with. I don't want to use content that was made with generative AI. And they gave me like I haven't read through all of it, but essentially it was like a big-winded answer, not like not being aggressively, but just being like, oh no, I totally understand, I only use it for this, but it's like, if you feel like, because I wasn't like, I didn't go to them and be like, you piece of shit using generative AI, fuck you should not be. Because I've accepted that this is just the norm, unfortunately, and I have to specifically request for people, hey, I don't want anything made with generative AI. I don't want to use anything with generative AI. So do you have maps that aren't made with generative AI? You know, and that I'm interested in. I'm interested in that, but like, can you let me know what was made with generative AI and what wasn't, essentially? And if you feel the need to already have to defend, like, oh yeah, this is all I do it for, but I totally understand where you're coming from, but like, you kind of get into a little bit of like an anxiety spiral for like explaining yourself and trying to go really out of your way to be like, you know, like, oh yeah, but here's the maps, and I totally understand why you don't want to do it, and I totally get your position, and yeah, that's fair too, you should have a say, and blah 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 blah. You know what, now that you said this, maybe what I can do is kind of now market more clearly, or release versions that weren't made with the blah blah. You know, you're just like, I'm like,
hey man, chill.
well no, to me it's just like, you are clearly bothered by the fact that you are using generative AI. You know, like, you're bothered, but you're like, you seem to have convinced yourself, like, yeah, but I have to do it, you know, like
Interesting.
you seem to be in an internal conflict. If you're in an internal conflict about it, then just don't do it, you know, just don't fucking do it, because you're just going to put yourself in a bad place mentally. You know, you are acknowledging somewhere within your psyche that what you're doing is wrong, right? So get there so that you can because the individual's maps were good, but I didn't know what touch-ups were done with generative AI, you know? And I could tell what was, you know, incarnate and what wasn't. So
I'm glad I'm a moron who doesn't know how fucking AI works at all. Like I thought for the longest time ChatGPT was how you did, like how everybody was doing everything. And then somebody was like, no, man, I have a program on my computer that I run that does that shit for me. And I go, what the? Why would you put that on your computer? Like,
yeah. I mean, it's like, and that's the scary thing, right? Because like, if I didn't have such a hard stance against generative AI, like I would feel confident I could probably make a fucking killing using generative AI, and not just like type in a prompt. I'm just, you know, I feel like I'm a bit more clever with technology, so I could totally, like, if I was an
that was an evil man.
Yeah, if I was an eviler individual, I can totally generate something with AI and then put so many touch-ups and fix so many things that I thought were correct, you know, that I could make it look like an artist created it, right?
It is kind of like the, God, what is that? Some philosophy. It's like some evil, like the always taking the easy way out, but those like good men don't type shit. Like the temptation's there.
Well, yeah, but also it's like, if you're gonna put all that effort just to be deceitful, then why don't you just put that effort towards being good? Yeah, that's my thing. You know, like I think the only benefit I would get is it would save me some money, and I think, and maybe a little bit of time, but that's pretty much it. But like, but the issue here that people need to understand is once someone sees the AI, right, or can even, if all you would need is just one thing.
Yep.
That if someone goes, that's fucking AI, then your shit is forever questioned.
Correct.
And it's even if you were to go legit at that point, you've essentially like ruined your career. And that's what I, you know, like if I catch an artist using AI, I never work with that AI artist. I never work with that artist again. And anything they've worked on is removed, because I don't know what you did and didn't use AI. I don't know if you're being deceitful about your intentions. You know, it throws everything in a doubt, which is why it's just better to not do it. And it's just like, if someone came to me or we discovered like, oh yeah, this kind of looks like AI, or like I did AI touch up. So yeah, just a little touch up here and there, blah, blah. And you're just like, no, we're done. Like, sorry. Like, because if I release, like with art especially, if I release something and I don't have the eye to recognize if it's AI or not, and I release something in a book and then someone points out, hey, this is clearly AI, and then it becomes a whole fucking thing, I have to go to that artist and be like, hey, is this AI? And then if they go, well, I mean, yeah, it's a little touch up, I ran out of time, well, then I'm fucked, you know. And then I have to essentially be like, all right, well, you're gone. I'm never working with you again. I want some sort of, and also here's the thing, not to threaten my artists, all of my artists sign a contract that state they won't use generative AI. Which means if you are caught using generative AI, especially if it came out in a book physically, and now I've got people coming at me being like, hey, you use Gen AI, I have to take legal action. Like, it's, you signed a contract.
I will kill you. I will hunt you down.
I mean, because that's the whole reason why I have the conversation of like, you know, hey, this is what the expectation is. You won't use generative AI. You won't use licensable images. You will make everything by hand because you need to give the rights to IO publishing. And if you make something or steal something, you aren't legally able to give those rights because they weren't yours to begin with. So that's my thing, is just it's that. And so yeah, I mean, and yeah, I will, if anyone ever did that and it hurt my business, yeah, I would absolutely take legal action. Because it as terrible as it sounds, it's about sending a message that we're not going to tolerate that,
I like my message better. I will just kill you. I will kill you.
I'll just murder you right there. No,
I know where you live. You signed the contract with your name.
I'll
find you.
It will absolutely be. You have to at that point.
The whole God's reckoning.
You absolutely have to. So, but fortunately, I will, knock on wood, never have to deal with that because I work with artists that are very anti-AI as much as I am. So
nice.
So thumbs up to that.
Big plus, as it were.
Well, yeah, and also I work with artists that will absolutely call out someone if they suspect AI, and not just like knee-jerk call out, like, all right, give me a week. I'm gonna look through everything they've worked at. I'm going to point out every flaw that may look like AI, and then I'm going to go to other artists that I know in and out of the community, get their opinions, and then I'm going to go to Brett with a fucking like
stacks the papers on their desk.
Yeah, with a fucking thesis that shows why I think AI was used here. So yeah.
Mr. Ultimus, can you come into this meeting room, please? We presented a PowerPoint presentation for you. It's going to take about 45 minutes.
No, that's essentially what happened a few months ago.
Amazing.
And we gave that guy the boot. We've pretty much already redid all the art from scratch, and we're good to go.
We sent his family their remains in an urn.
That individual knew that individual knew they fucked up. That individual knew they fucked up, and they were trying their best to cover it, but they were very eager to give me a refund for everything they worked on. Because I think they recognized that if I, especially as a content creator, if I was a vengeful individual and I went to Twitter and said, hey, this guy does AI art, don't do his shit, it would have hurt his career. Essentially, it would have very much damaged his career, because it was even for weeks afterwards, this guy was like, hey, so are we good, are we cool? And I'm just like, yep, good luck. I'm not gonna go into a fucking online feud with you. It's, hey, this looks like AI. Give me my money back. Thank you very much. Our business is concluded. We will never talk again. So
I love that they were terrified.
Same. Because it was. I hope it'll be a valuable lesson to them, and hopefully, they don't take that as, "Whew, that was a close one. I need to be more cautious about my deception." Yeah, or
I need to get better.
I need to get better at lying. Yeah, I hope they kind of took that as a okay, I need to do better. And better as an artist, not better as a. Because again, the thing that sucked was they were a legit artist, and you can kind of see in their portfolio or their work kind of changed a little bit when AI became more prevalent, and it's artists that turn to the dark side of AI are probably the worst ones, because they hide their deceptions a little better with the artistic skills that they have. And so for me, it's again, if you have to hide something, you should probably recognize that it's wrong. Yeah, because I mean, if you have, funny enough, this is, I think, something Naomi said to Arcadum when those videos came out, was if you feel like it's something you have to hide, you shouldn't do it. If there is if there's a thing in your brain ringing off going, no one can know what I'm doing, then the solution is don't
Correct.
do it. You know,
Refrain. In fact.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Refrain, because that is your brain essentially going, hey, this is not okay. This is not okay. You know. In fact, it's not good.
Rod.
And you just push it aside. You're like, no.
Get out of here, conscience. I don't want to hear
What
from
have you ever
you.
done for me?
Yeah.
What have you ever done for me?
If you've got something being lying, no one can know. And
We'll have to
no,
kill
that's
them, Harry.
probably yeah. And then no, it's probably not your thing.
I love how chat was like Voldemort.
Whatever. He's in his own fucking corner with red pilled people. It's fine. He's in the fucking mammoth graveyard.
Graveyard.
Where you never go back there. Everything the light touches is yours, but never go there. Points to the mammoth graveyard.
My son.
It's unfortunately, I've dealt with problematic content creators throughout my career, and the people I have no sympathy for are the apologists and sympathizers of that creator, specifically because they are a fan of their work. And it's like, I can't, I have no sympathy for you, like I don't. And I know that sounds terrible, but like if you are going to give up your ideals because you don't like change, you're just gonna stick around with that creator that you liked, or worse, when everyone abandons that creator and then you go, no, it's my time. You're just like to be parasocial with this individual.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, because now they're at their weakest moment. So now maybe I can be friends with this creator I've been watching for. It's world's fucking gross, is all I'm saying. World is gross and disgusting, and I've seen some of the worst parts of it in this industry, unfortunately.
Thankfully, I am well, I guess thankfully or not thankfully, I don't know. Very ignorant to a lot of the dealings of the world.
Absolutely be thankful, because I think once you start to see it as a pattern, it does become a bit disappointing as like from a society standpoint. You know what I mean? when you frequently see the repeat of this, and you can kind of notice the trends of an individual based off of their actions to a response of something that's happened, and you see that enough times frequently, you get a little disappointed in humanity. You just kind of go, well, that fucking sucks. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's why I avoid a lot of parts of Twitter.
Yeah.
Is because it's basically just that. It's just a repeat of that every single day. Some awful vile comment rouses the horde, and then it's all that's on my feed because I looked at one tweet and I'm like, fuck, man.
Damn it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I looked at one tweet. Please, I'm begging you. Please stay off of my feed.
Meanwhile, Review Bra is still doing reviews on fast food for the past, 10, 15 years. He hasn't changed his formula once, and it's something that I respect and acknowledge. For those that don't know, Review Bra is quite literally an individual who will talk about, consume, and then review a new fast food item.
Oh, is that the dude who always wears a suit?
Yes.
Nice. My day. Oh God, what's the fucking say?
What are you talking about?
He has like it's a super quotable line.
Oh yeah.
And my day is ruined.
And my day is ruined.
He has been doing the same thing from beginning to today, and I have such a respect for that. Like I have such like it may not be my cup of tea for content, but I will like see a video pop up on my YouTube feed. I'll be like, I will click it and I will watch for a minute, like maybe a minute. I'll jump around just to see like what's he eating and what does he think about it, and I'll be done with that. And I'm just like, there's something I respect about an individual who just goes, I'm just gonna do it this way, and I'm not gonna change for anyone. I'm just gonna do it this way. You know, you're like, yeah, God bless you, man.
I shake
like
his
that,
hand.
yeah, like I respect that.
Service.
Yeah, you're not doing it for the popularity. You got a pattern, you got a flow going on, and that's just what you're gonna be known for. That's what you're gonna do, and you're just like, hell yeah, like good for you, man. Good for you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much.
All is well.
Yeah, I like that. I like repetition and patterns and things like that.
I hate change.
It's everyone on this site hates change. You know, it's again the reason why people will still stick with problematic content creators is because they don't like change. They just can go la la la. It's whatever, nothing to do with me. Keep making the content I like because you're my, you know, you're my pattern, you're my habit, you're my, you know, comfort essentially. But it's like, yeah, I'm disappointed when people fuck up, but also at the same time, like, I don't go la 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 la. I'm gonna pretend that didn't happen. La 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 la.
I didn't see that. I put up the blinders. I didn't see that.
Yeah. So we're good. We're good. Fucking Nintendo Switch 2.
Fucking Nintendo. If you like Nintendo, you're bad.
Oh my god, you're so fucking mad that
If you like Nintendo, you're bad.
You're
an evil, wicked person.
Here's the thing.
I'm looking at you, Tommy, the 12-year-old who likes Nintendo. You sick fuck.
Chat, he's only upset because the newest From Software game is coming out.
Exclusive! Exclusive? I wring their fucking neck. Exclusive? How much money did Nintendo pay? I want the dead!
That's the only reason why he is so anti-Nintendo right now.
On a fucking Switch? I can't wait for the graphics to look like dog shit, like all their Pokemon games. Every single fucking Pokemon game that has come out has looked like ass. If you like it, it's because of nostalgia. That's it.
The console supports 4K 120 FPS resolution.
Oh yeah, blah 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 blah.
What are you blah 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 blah? I'm telling you,
the same fucking generic garbage they spew every single time. Watch it look exactly like all their fucking Pokemon games. Oh, I can't wait to fight the monster that looks like a fucking blob because it's poorly rendered on my piece of shit handheld device. My phone probably has better quality than the fucking Switch.
You're right. There's two modes. There's 4K 60 FPS or performance mode, which is I think 1080p 120 FPS.
I smooth my hair back. I grab my comb and I comb my mustache. Almost lost my cool there.
Almost. Hey, Crown, what do you think about credit cards?
Yeah. Kill.
What do you think about credit ratings?
Ugh. Fake.
Fake news.
I would kill you if we were in a hunter-gatherer society.
Oh, look, it's all fake. Don't let everyone believe that money is actually just made up. Like, don't do that because that's how society falls apart. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Money is fake. They put a fucking face on it and said, this is $5. And they go, this thing is total of $5. Do you understand? And you go, what does that mean?
That's true, chat, which means if you're gifting 5 subs to the Crown DM, you're not giving anything. It's not real. It's just whatever. It's funny money. Give your funny money to this bear right now.
I sit down. I need the funny money to live.
Yeah, that's
I need the funny money to live.
I need
so
the
rent.
currency to live. You're right.
Society.
The
Oh,
funny
you're gonna
money
be able to
allows
buy
me pay for rent.
once we get the our next payment. I think you'll be able to purchase a webcam with the Elgato webcam. Like you actually be able to like afford it with your cut. So you won't have to like pay any of your money. Like I'll be like, here's the money, and then you can just
Elgato.
Yeah. You want the face cam?
$900.
It's not $900. It's $120 on Amazon, but it's it's like the best cam out there. It is.
Oh God. Okay.
Yeah.
They're gonna see my pores, is what you're telling me?
Yeah.
They're gonna see if my glasses are dirty.
Yeah. Well, we could fix it in post. It's all good.
Oh.
I'm just gonna say it's gonna be some. Well, I'm just gonna say it's gonna make for some good shorts on our channel. Also, I believe soon, if not this week, perhaps next week, we will be able to enable memberships on the YouTube channel. We'll have enough watch hours, and then all we'll need is 1,000 more watch hours, and then we'll be able to enable monetization once we get to 1,000 subs. Which I believe if we do like a genuine push, we can get to 1,000 subs easy peasy. We're at like 780 now or something like that.
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah, so we'll have monetization, we'll have memberships, we'll have the Patreon. We might actually turn this into a fucking payable wage for you, my friend.
Oh my goodness. The funny money's real.
Yeah, we might actually be able to make a living off this channel.
Hey, wait a minute, I love fiat currency.
It's crazy.
Buy gold.
I've got gold in my portfolio. I absolutely buy gold.
Don't listen to him. About? I disregard your opinion. Immediately push you away. Don't listen to him.
What? I agreed with you. I've got gold in my portfolio.
That was a bit. You fell for it. Invest in Concedos. You can never go bankrupt.
Gold's inflation proof, I believe. It's like the stable currency. Always goes up. Always goes up.
Isn't that what we base our dollar around?
Yes, that's what all currency is based off of. A banknote is essentially an IOU because people didn't want to carry gold coins around. Hefty fucking gold coins.
Why not?
Like,
I look at the 100 gold I just got on Night Render. What do you mean? As it raised my weight considerably and all sense of stealth gone.
2 pounds. 2 pounds.
As I jingle with every single step I make.
I'm surprised the party let you spend your earnings of that quest on the relic. I was like,
genuinely shocked that they went. I was ready for them to be like, no, let's keep it. And I was gonna be like, okay. And then we just go about our business.
I mean, axe beaks are like 50 gold pieces. So I thought you guys were gonna get ready to like get some shit together, to, like travel a little bit easier. But no, I was like, oh, okay, we're going for it.
Yeah, I was ready for the no to be told no and be like, okay, and then just keep going about my life. And they were like, yeah man, you can have it. And I went, really? Like I was already turned away, and I looked back and I went, wait, did you say yes? And Soktek nods his head, and I go, oh, I didn't think I'd get this far.
We haven't been on the gold standard since 1960. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty certain we haven't been. I'm talking about back in the day when people are like, gold's heavy, and you're like, essentially all dollars and banknotes, they're IOU papers. That's all it is. It's just, hey, here you go. This is worth, as you see with the 10 on it, this is worth 10 gold coins. IOU 10 gold coins. And then we just started using the IOUs as currency, essentially, and went, all right, this is worth 10 gold. I'm going to give it to you, and then I'm going to go to the market and give you the 10. And, it's just an IOU note being passed around. And then somewhere in our society, we were like, we'll just make this the currency, these IOU notes. It is. It's just an IOU paper.
Oh.
It's being like IOU 10 gold, IOU 100 gold, IOU yeah. And then you just keep the gold in the vault.
It's all hidden in my mattress.
I'm man. I was talking to someone who's like, I don't trust the banks. I just have all my money hidden in the house, and I'm like, that is the stupidest, dumbest thing you could fucking do. Like, that is why. Like, I get an emergency fund, but don't. To anyone that does it, don't fucking.
It's all there. It's all. Here's my address. I keep it inside of my. You'll never get it, but I keep it inside.
So the reason why people will hide their money or bury their money and not put it in the banks and la-di-da is because, you know, when the Great Depression happened, Lamau, people and the markets were crashing, people were like, hey, I'd like to get my money out of the bank now because okay, here's the issue. Here's how fragile our economy, our concept of economy is. If one bank in our country, if one bank could not honor a withdrawal because they do not have the funding for it, they don't have the funds to do it. Like if you go, hi, yes, I'd like to pull out $50,000, please. And they went, we don't have that. Everything begins to fall apart because that news will break quickly, and then it will start a panic that the banks are not pulling out your money. And then people start to go to the banks, and everyone wants everything drawn out. Everything, like, let's get it out. The banks are failing. We got to get everything out.
Get it out of there now.
And the moment that happens, it's just a domino effect of just like, yeah. So back in right before the Depression hit, that happened. That happened with a bank where they're like, we can't honor that. You can't pull that out. And so everyone started being like, we need to pull our money out. The banks are failing. And then all the banks started closing down because they couldn't do it. And that caused the markets to panic. Everyone started crashing out of the market. It's just a whole terrible cascading effect. Now, nowadays, because of FDR, everyone has deposit insurance, which means no matter what happens, you will get your money. Whether it has to be from another branch, whether it has to be from the fucking government itself, you will get your money. In fact, we've bailed out banks several times. The 2008 banking crisis, we stepped in and went, we can't let that fail. And because if it fails, this whole thing falls apart. This whole thing just completely falls apart. So, and that is why, if you are of the mindset of we can't trust the banks, I'm just gonna hide my money. Again, going back to these are just IOUs. If the banks fail, wherever your didgeridoo dollars are, it's now monopoly money. Like it doesn't, unless you are hiding gold bullion somewhere in your house, you just having a stack of cash for a rainy day is not gonna do anything.
What if I am hiding my gold bullion?
I mean, you know what? And that goes back to what I said before. Gold is king, baby. That's why I've got gold in my portfolio.
Amazing.
I have gold in my portfolio. Gold is the stabilizer, is the great stabilizer. So yes, if you would like to, stupid. This is the stupidest thing to say all night. If you're gonna hide anything in a mattress or bury in your backyard, make sure it's gold. Just make sure it's your gold bullion. It's a gold bar of some kind. Yeah, absolutely. Because here's the thing, you can take that gold and go to another country and then use the gold there.
That's right. Go to the Swiss.
Because if the banking fails, I can't take my $50,000 of funny money, go to another country and be like, it's US dollars. You're like, oh, you mean that thing that just doesn't exist anymore? Yeah. You're just it's if the US dollar goes the way of the Prussian franc, is what I'm saying.
Nice.
Your dollar
How much for bread?
Yeah. If your dollar becomes as worthless as a stock of Blockbuster, a stock of
Yes,
Blockbuster
sir.
video, it may have been valuable once upon a time. It is not now anymore. So yeah, just play the system that the government seems to be invested in. If the government's stepping in to be like, we're bailing out the banks, you can safely assume the banks are going to be an okay place to keep your money. If the government is stepping in to make sure you get it, you're going to be okay. If the government can't anymore, you've got a bigger problem than money. You've got a country. You don't have a country anymore, is essentially what that means. You don't.
I very gently direct people's attention to Greece.
Yeah. Yes. You don't have a country anymore, and you've got bigger problems than what's going to happen with my money. It's gone. It's time to start over somewhere else.
Your money? I look very confused.
Yeah. That's why I'm invested in the market. That's why I'm not really too worried when I watch my market right now. My portfolio taking a nosedive every time the word tariff is mentioned. It just takes this nosedive because at the end of the day, in 10 years' time, it'll be back up. It'll be worth more than. Well, it'll be worth twice as much as it was today in 10 years' time. Because again, the government has an interest in ensuring that it succeeds.
Mm-hmm.
So it's absolutely. And even the market kind of cheats a bit. When people were taking it, were abusing GameStop stock and making a shit ton of money. So what happened with the GameStop stock, which was really funny, was people were seeing all these big banks essentially shorting the stock, which means they were betting on it to fail. Mm-hmm. So they would make their money doing that.
I do remember this.
Yeah. So when some smart, clever individuals were like, interesting. So what if we, go in doing XYZ and raise the value up? Well, that means those people that were shorting it, which were these big, massive companies, would have lost a shit ton of money and caused the market to completely crash, essentially. Like, GameStop almost destroyed the market. It wasn't until people stepped in and were like, yeah, you can't trade anymore. And you're like, what do you mean you can't trade anymore, dipshit? And I think Robinhood and did an undo for the past 2 days. And you're just like, you can't server reset the market. Well, you could do that. You could server reset the fucking market. Yeah. At that point in time, you're like, it's all made up. It's all fucked. Just play the game the rich people are playing. Get a piece of the pie and then get the fuck out. Just whatever the richies are doing, just do the same thing. Get some crumbs that'll be worth, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Crumbs, by the way, crumbs.
Just pick up after them. That's really what they want.
Yeah. I mean, shit. I say that all the time. It's like, I would love to be a millionaire one of these days. I could never see myself being a billionaire because I'd have to do some pretty crazy shit to do that,
Billionaires some truly reprehensible shit.
Well, I've
a lot of palms.
Well, I mean, so the way I describe $1 billion is I go, hey, what do you think? Is $100 a lot of money to you? All right. So $100, think of that value. Now we're going to multiply that by 10 to $1,000. How much is that to you? How do you envision $1,000? Okay, now we're going to multiply by that 10 again, $10,000. How do you envision that? How do you imagine that? Okay, $100,000. See, now it's getting a little heavy. Now it's starting to get a little $100,000. That's a lot of fucking money, right? That's, boy.
10,000.
Okay,
money.
Yeah. Okay. Now $1 million, 10 times that, $1 million. Holy,
I'm set for life.
Yeah.
I am literally the most comfortable I'll ever be in my entire life ever.
And then I go multiply that by 100, and that's a billionaire.
Why?
If you were set for life after $1 million, how could you even conceive 100 times that about?
The only thing I could see is being my family line is set in perpetuity forever. They are comfortable in perpetuity. They never have to want for anything again. That's basically what I foresee. Like, it has nothing to do with me at that point. At that point, it's like me, my closest friends are taken care of for the rest of our foreseeable lives.
Yep. And then there are still people out there where you then multiply that by 100 for a trillion to be a trillionaire. How insane! I can't even conceptualize it. I can't even conceptualize the billion.
No,
you know. And now you're gonna tell me you're gonna multiply that by 100 again? How the fuck? Oh, that's a cool piece of trivia. A trillion seconds is 31,688 years.
Oh shit!
If you're comparing dollars to seconds.
Hold on. I just realized I've been so engrossed in talking and figuring out the aesthetic for this map. Neotai, thank you very much for 3 months for your Prime Gaming. What's up, brother? Okay, great seeing you again. Great here for you. I don't know if you're still here. It's been ages now. I just realized it was an hour ago.
My bad.
Lore, thank you very much for 5 gifted subs of the community. Very generous, brother. As always, you're very kind.
It's not real money. Money's not real.
The Whimsiest, thank you also for 5 gifted subs of the community. Very kind of you. I appreciate your guys' funny money. If you got any of those gifted subs, be sure to say thank you. All right, continue.
How's it? Actually, I gotta. I barely did anything today. God, I feel like a sack of shit.
Don't do that.
Don't do what?
Sometimes hanging out with people is more than enough.
I'm not saying hanging out with you. I'm just saying in general.
Not you.
I didn't.
You think you are?
I didn't do much today. I think it's because whenever there's a rebroadcast day, I'm focused on that in my mornings, and then I just. I did rework a layout for a book doc, and so yeah, maybe I did.
You raked me over the coals for like 30 minutes today. I was like, that's more than enough.
I did not. How dare you lie to the audience?
I would never lie to them.
Chat, I literally told Crowned, I said, hey, just a heads up, spears don't have reach. And he went, what? And I'm like, yeah, man, doesn't have reach. I also learned that. And then he felt so bad because he thought I was getting raked over the coals by some random chat member. I don't fucking care what you think. So, yeah, it was good. It was just more of like...
I don't care.
I don't care what you think.
I hate you, actually.
Oh, no.
I hope a chatter would.
Well, with some, I mean... I care within an allotment of reason. If you're just being a little stinker because that you get off on it, I don't care. You know, it's the same way where we play games, and like 9 times out of 10 I'll see someone in the chat be like, oh, you're doing it wrong, or oh, they forgot this ability, and then if I do respond. Because here's the approach I've taken with DMing, especially because I've got old brain now. If you forget your ability, I'm not gonna chase you for it. Does that make sense?
No, I also do that in my own games.
I can't.
Yeah,
you know,
I can't
cater your character sheet and run a game.
Correct. I can't play your character for you.
That's exactly it. So like every once in a while, I might throw in a reminder. If it's been like a while, right? Or especially if we've got like new mechanics like shield block and all that shit, and flanking and range advantage and all that stuff. Like, yeah, I'll drop some reminders just as a friendly heads up. But like yesterday, Lobos rolled a 1 on his wisdom save. He should have re-rolled because he's a halfling. He's got lucky. But I didn't remember because it's not my character sheet. Lobos didn't remember because 9 times out of 10 we forget about the halfling lucky feature all the time, right? So people were like, oh, you forgot to do that, you forgot to do that, forgot to do that. And I'm just like, and so when I saw responses, It's like, oh yeah, he didn't do that. Why didn't they fix that? And I'm just like, especially if I notice it afterwards, I also won't say anything, because at that point, I'm again, I can't play your character for you. It's something that you have to be on your own. And if I'm tracking everything you're doing, or especially if it turns past, I'm like, oh yeah, we got to go back to that turn to see what that save actually. There's so much correction at that point in time that it really just fucks with the flow, that you're just like, it is what it is. We've moved on and we're going forward.
Just remember next time.
Yeah, it's like, I'm not gonna undo Crown's reach. There was a point where the boss was gonna go after Scrungle until he hit Scrubbus. Sorry, there's so many scrumbly names. That until he did damage to Poppy, and went, I'm gonna dispatch her now.
You're also very weak.
But we afterwards decided that she was going to use her shield to defend and reduce that. And if that happened initially, I think I would have had the boss continue after the goblin, essentially, to be like, all right, fuck that, teleport, I'm going to go kill that thing. Because at the end of the day, it wasn't like, I want to bully the goblin. It was, hey, you're dealing fire damage to me, which shuts down my regeneration. So you've got to go. Like, we can't do that. You are taking away my survivability. So good. In all, I thought the fight went very well. I thought it was scary. I thought it was intense. And yet no one went down. Yeah, no one went down. Yeah, I liked the tower shield thing that you did. That was.
That was a fucking awesome moment.
That felt good.
I was immediately like, I'm never getting rid of my tower shield. Like,
well, because it's a different fighting style with the tower shield. I wanted it to feel that way, where you're like, okay, I can spend an action to dodge, I can spend an action to attack, or I can spend an action to fucking fortify my shit and defend the people behind me as well. Like, to be the fucking wall. And it's like, hell yeah, man. Absolutely.
I'm like, immediately my brain is like, I didn't know what I really wanted for the character. I thought it was gonna be like a controller or something, but I'm definitely like, I want to play defensively. I want to be like a blocker. Wall. So like, if I survive to level 4, I am going for a shield master. Like, I want to play with the shields now.
Yeah, and that's because in 3E it was fun because you could totally go all in on AC. And like go in with the tower shield and the heaviest set of armor you can find and just get that number up. And it's just, it's just a different style. And that's the thing, is like 5e doesn't really have styles of gameplay. It's one of the reasons why, we're kind of doing all these changes, because it's just, it's all the same thing.
Very homogenized.
That's why I really want to do this playtest game with people, because I really want to see how the new classes work. I'm
very excited for the playtest game. I already liked how excited one of the players was. Like, that sounds right up my fucking alley. Let me play that.
Oh, Tomato. Tomato's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do that class. And I'm like, nice. I have to break down the other classes here soon, and there are even more classes there. I also want to do a warden class, which effectively is like the nature class, but
like a green knight.
Yeah, well, it can be. So the way disciple works is, you can kind of go a more cleric-y spellcaster route, or you can go more defender paladin route with like righteous warrior or dark warrior or whatever. Like, there's so many paths that you can go, and then even that might split up so that it's more defined. So the warden is the same way. You can kind of go more the naturey spell casting route of warden, or you can go like the druidic version of a paladin, and go for that kind of style and vibe. And wait.
Explain to me sharpshooter.
Me? What are you talking about?
Is sharpshooter the one that we talked about before?
We have talked about it before, yes. What do you want me to explain? Yeah, what do you want me to explain about it?
How it works.
What it is? So sharpshooter has, I mean, these terminologies have changed over time. Sharpshooter has a resource called trigger dice. And what that allows you to do is you can use your trigger dice on a variety of things. What's important about trigger dice is, like a lot of classes you are going to see introduced with the IO5E system, is it's not gated behind take a short rest, take a long rest. It is, there usually is some sort of method to replenish your resources. So that way you can kind of keep fighting longer and explore dungeons deeper and feel like you're always doing something, essentially. The sharpshooter has their resources trigger dice. The first 4 levels of sharpshooter, you get access to 2 quote-unquote trigger dice abilities. One is called Showdown. After you make a ranged attack and you hit the target, you can then spend your bonus action to roll a number of trigger dice, that a number of unexpended trigger dice. And your number of trigger dice you have increases as your level goes up. If you roll a 1, that trigger dice becomes expended and you can't use it again until you take a bonus action to reload your trigger dice. And when you reload your trigger dice, all expended trigger dice become unexpended. So it's not like, reload, I get 1 bullet. It's reload, you get everything back.
Ooh.
But if you roll any 1s, they become expended. So if you next round decide, if you roll like you attack with your pistol, and then you take your bonus action to do Showdown, you then roll the trigger dice and deal additional damage equal to what's rolled. If you rolled a 6 and a 1, you do 7 points of additional damage, but the one dice becomes expended. So now you only have 1 trigger dice left.
Okay.
Yeah. So
that's
then
kind of fucking cool.
Yeah, so the next round, you can then be like, I'm going to attack and I'm going to Showdown again, but now you only have 1 trigger dice. So you don't roll 2 dice anymore, you now roll 1. So at earlier levels, it's pretty straightforward, but once you have 10 trigger dice, you may decide when you want to start reloading and when you want to keep doing your Showdown ability, essentially. Yeah.
Do I need to have a pistol? Can I have a repeater or a long rifle?
You could have any ranged weapon you want, because at level 1, you get the ability Trusted Sidearm. And what that allows you to do is when you first get the ability or when you take a long rest, you set a ranged weapon as your trusted firearm.
Oh.
And by doing that, the normal and long range of the weapon increases by 10 feet, so you can shoot farther with it. And anytime you recover ammunition, normally the rule is you spend a minute and you recover half your ammunition that you used. If it came from your trusted firearm, you always recover all of your ammunition.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, so it's a fun little level 1 ability, so that you get at level 1. So if you multi-class into it, it's not game breaking. It's just a nice little thing that you get. And so if you were like a level 1, but you don't get trigger dice at level 1, you get trigger dice at level 2. So your level 1 ability, your level 1 essentially kind of makes you just better with a firearm. And then level 2 is when you start getting your Showdown ability, start using trigger abilities. And that's just a multi-classing gate thing, essentially. So level 2, you get Showdown. Level 3, you get an ability called Draw at Dawn. And what that does is, as a reaction, if a hostile creature within your normal range moves... you can take a reaction to automatically expend a trigger dice that hasn't been expended. So you immediately expend a trigger dice. Now trigger dice also functions as a resource pool for your abilities. You expend a trigger dice, you make a ranged attack against the creature. If it hits, it does the attack as normal, and their movement speed drops by 10 feet. You're essentially shooting it at their feet, essentially. As
I like that.
Yeah. but it expends a trigger dice. So it immediately expends a trigger dice. No rolls are made at that point. You just expend one of your trigger dice. And then you may decide, I need to reload, or I can show down, or whatever. But it, you know, it has to expend unexpended trigger dice, which is why through battle, you're just continuously just finding times to be like, I'm going to spend the bonus action to reload this time, you know, instead of trying to, so that I can do all these abilities. And then you continue to do that. At level 5, you get into IO5E does not do subclasses. It does specializations.
Okay.
And the reason why we're doing it that way is because subclasses don't really change the gameplay enough for me, if that makes sense. It doesn't feel, subclasses don't feel unique to me, and a lot of the abilities kind of bleed in together, if that makes sense. So like if you are a fighter and you go battle master, you're still going to feel like a fighter. If you're a fighter and you go eldritch knight, you're still going to feel like a fighter, but now you can kind of cast a couple of spells. So whatever. Specializations really changes the way that you play the class, so that if you play a sharpshooter with one specialization and then next game you play a sharpshooter with a different specialization, once you get to level 5, they feel like different styles of play.
Okay.
So the sharpshooter has 3 specializations: desperado, sniper, and enforcer. Desperado.
I pushed Desperado out of the way. I pushed Desperado. Tell me about Sniper.
Okay, Sniper allows you. We still have to play test and all these abilities, but essentially it allows you to take headshots. So essentially, it allows you to call like, did you hit? It's a critical, like that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Yeah. It also allows you to be more accurate with long range, so that you can actually attack long range without suffering a penalty. So sniper is all about actually being out of the fray and kind of like have Overwatch on people and like, you know, kind of take
me and my trusty Mosin in the back.
Yeah, you're in the back, just kind of like doing that. The Desperado, I grabbed my Desperado, I dusted off a little bit. Is a dual wielding sharpshooter. So you will wield with 2 weapons.
Perhaps I treated you too harshly.
It also removes the loading properties, so you actually attack multiple times.
Oh, nice.
With the Desperado. In addition, it is technically a melee ranged class. What that means is you can fire in melee and not suffer a penalty. So it is the dual wielding pistolier, and you can actually expend trigger dice to make more attacks effectively.
Like
so
that.
instead of like just adding damage, you actually make more ranged attacks with that. And the enforcer is the shotgun build. It is the go loud, go hard specialization. A enforcer has by default a cleave ability, which means if you make an attack roll to a creature with your weapon, you can then use that same attack roll against an adjacent creature, against a creature adjacent to the target you're shooting at. So you have a kind of like a cleave-esque ability. You also have plenty of cone abilities, much like a shotgun. So you actually have like cone attacks where you gotta go you blast with a cone.
Yeah, the goblin watching me level my boomstick and they go, what's that?
An enforcer is also like the anti-rogue, and what I mean by that is when a rogue will go to the door as quietly as they can and pick the lock and open it. And an enforcer will shoot the lock to open the door.
Dude, the dungeon comes to explore me, and I have a fucking choke point.
Yep. That's exactly it. But as you can see, the sharpshooter specialization has
very
different styles of play.
Very, very different.
Yes.
I like that a lot.
So at level 5 is you choose a specialization. At level 11, you get to then begin to choose abilities within that specialization. So you don't get the same ability at level 11. You get to choose like between 1 and 3. You're an enforcer. You get to choose like 1 and 3 level 11 enforcer abilities.
Nice.
Which kind of continue to focus down where you want to go. And then at level 17, you choose your specialization capstone, depending on what specialization you chose. And level 11 and level 17 isn't like a tree effect. It's like choose 1 of 3 if you're an enforcer. Level 11, choose 1 of 3 enforcer abilities. At level 17, choose 1 of 3 capstone abilities. So again,
nice.
Each enforcer also feels different. So it's enough to provide you with certain options, right? But not enough to overwhelm you, because your choices are only being made at level 11 and level 7. Well, 5, 11, and 17. Where 5 is the specialization. 11 is what nifty little ability, much like a battle master's maneuver, right? What maneuver you want, and then 17 is again a different type of maneuver. Thumbs up.
What is that? It's like how many? How the fuck do you do that? It's like that's 12 options, right?
Yeah, 9 options, I would say.
9 options. Okay. But there's like a thing where it's like there are this many. It's this many. Like how many combinations are there for? Like 9?
Exactly.
You can have like that many different builds and shit like that.
Yeah.
Nice.
Exactly. Yeah.
God damn it. I was just like, man, I can't play another cowboy. I just played a cowboy, and then you were like sniper, and I was like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah. Well, the interesting thing is like, you played, you stylized a rogue into a cowboy.
Correct.
This is an actual cowboy. This is like an actual cowboy. Look, at the end of the day, I think I can make 5e better. I have confidence in that. I
don't think this is 5e, dog. I think this is all you.
Well, yeah, but it is 5e though. It is built with the 5e foundation, and you kind of need that foundation because the way I've described IO 5e is imagine a private server where people are just making their own shit.
Nice.
With a pre-existing game. That's what IO 5e is. It's like I'm playing D&D but on a private server. And they go, fighter, we don't have that. We've got soldiers and phalanxes and wardens and all that. We got all this stuff. We will definitely have more than 12 classes for IO 5e.
I like that.
Mm-hmm. And it will still be compatible with 5e classes. So even after all that, you still want to play the fighter or the wizard or all that, you can still play that and it would still be balanced.
When we play this, is this going to be in IO?
Yes, this is phase 0 IO. So this is the beginning history of the newly reformed IO.
Give me the technology. Give me the technology of the time.
Fantasy. It's like medieval fantasy.
Okay.
Like it's
So I can have like an arquebus, basically, like a big fuck off crossbow type shit.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Tell me about the guns. Do you have guns in this medieval fantasy? If not, I understand.
I would say yes. There are firearms, but they aren't wide. They definitely are considered quote unquote exotic. This would be like the birth of firearms, essentially.
I'm a pioneer, is what you're telling me.
This kind of takes place during what I would consider IO's crusades. This was when Div and Void were the big, forces of Div and Void were trying to influence the direction that things went. And that continued, that kind of subsided a little bit in phase 1, almost saw the rebirth of that. But yeah, these are sort of like the holy wars of IO.
Ooh, okay. How does your okay, tell me how machinist is gonna work then.
All this is just tinkering with existing technologies since we do have crossbows and stuff like that. So what a machinist does, smiley face, is machinists actually provide like technological modifications to existing weapons and armor, kind of granting them abilities. So, for example, a machinist has the ability to remove the loading property off of a firearm.
Ooh.
By making it an auto whatever it is. So it could be an auto crossbow, it could be an auto, an auto pistol, an auto blah blah blah. It removes stuff like that. So yeah, the machinist is all about tinkering. It's all about like it takes the artificer and pushes it to its most tinkering ability it can be, essentially.
Okay.
Because a lot of our classes do look like NPC classes, between like the alchemist and the the alchemist and the blacksmith and the machinist and all that, and like these are the soldier as well. Like these are all very much supposed to be like if an NPC took up arms and decided to become a hero. Like that's what some of these classes are based off of. The alchemist is very fun. The alchemist is extremely I'm excited about building out the alchemist.
Okay, I need to know, much like the blacksmith, what is the scholar doing on the battlefield?
So the scholar is 1 part wizard and 1 part blue mage from Final Fantasy.
Oh, shit.
So they get to learn monstrous abilities and study them. And so scholars can, expand their book to learn spells. But here's also a cool thing about scholar. Scholar learns any spell. It's not just like arcane spells. Like you as a scholar can learn healing magic and like cure wounds and stuff like that by research and development through And,
gentlemen, I walk into the middle of the combat. Self-destruct.
But also you can learn abilities from monsters, from creatures. And you can analyze and study in combat, where like you could literally be the bookworm in combat while everyone's like fighting off like the goblin horde, and then this goblin shaman comes out and goes gotcha, and starts casting like this weird like primal spell that you've never seen in a more civilized society, and you go ooh, and then you start spending your turns, as fucked up as it sounds, studying the ability. You don't participate in the combat. You literally go, I'm gonna start writing notes on this strange ability. And then once you finish that, so you literally are the smug scholar in the background. Everyone's like, a little help, please. And you're like, oh, yes, one moment. And you start writing down
I
stuff.
dab the quill. I start scrawling on the book. One more round, gentlemen. One more. Keep it held.
But that's the thing, is you don't just learn the ability from that. Now you have to research, which means your long rests are spent where, like, yes, you can be copying scrolls into your book and et cetera, or you can expend your research from the notes that you've taken from the abilities that you've seen monster cast and try to create your own version of that. So it is sort of like the next level of wizard. It is the wizard that I want the wizard to be, where I'm like, I want the bookworm. I want the fucking nerd. That is the scholar. And then the scholar learns abilities that no one else can learn because they're specifically learning it from creatures and monsters. It's also the same thing like the scholar can study the breath weapon of a dragon and learn to emulate that with their magic. And it would have a spell slot equivalent that would be in the monster ability itself. And there would be a system in place and everything for allowing you to study these magical abilities that you would see creatures do. And then put that into your tome, as it were. Because the way we build our creatures, some creatures cast spells as their actions. And I list in parentheses next to the ability name, spell, dash, and then what level the spell is. So
nice.
Every creature has already leveled spells. Like, it's part of the design. Also marks of like if you need concentration or not. So if you learn an ability that needs concentration, you too will have to do that as well. And yeah. I mean, obviously, for studying, you would have to be a particular level to learn a particular spell. So, like, if you're going into like an ancient dragon's lair and you're like, "Show me your breath weapon," you're not gonna get like the level 9 breath weapon at level 2. You know, that's not how it's gonna work. You still need the understanding of research. So, oh yeah. But it is a different style of play where it's like, yep, it's a spellcaster, but it's also like a smug little asshole that might be like, I want to learn this ability. I'm gonna spend some time and study this now.
Fuck. I also like Disciple because Disciple sounds like Warcraft style paladins, like not World of Warcraft, but I'm talking like the OG priests who become paladins, like empowered by the light type shit.
So the way I envision Disciple is like you. Which this might be more. I don't know how popular this is going to be with people.
Oh,
so the idea with Disciple is you start off as a disciple. You start off as you are in the priesthood.
Am I a fucking candle lighter? Like, do I light the candles in the church?
A little
nice.
bit. So you're not.
I love that actually.
You don't. Yeah. So you don't start like fully clad. You start as a caster. You are a caster of divine magics. It isn't only until level 5 when you get to your specialization where you may decide I have a higher calling, and then you become the divine warrior clad in full plate. So what I'm saying is you have to start as a cleric.
Yes.
Before you become a paladin.
Yes. Yes. Never mind. I found my class. It's Disciple. I am a man who was brought into the cloth because they taught me how to read.
Yeah.
My whole purpose was to recite prayers and light candles and snuff candles at the end of prayer.
Yep.
And God has chosen me to be their strongest warrior.
Yep.
That's level me. Fucking yes.
Crusader.
Oh, so dude, huge.
Disciple's widespread because like there's different types of disciple. I mean, you could technically be like a quote unquote cultist disciple where you're like following like dark lore and dark magic, because each god is going to bestow upon you your abilities. So if a disciple of Div is going to be vastly different than a disciple of Void. So you very much as a disciple have to have a source of power that you can tap to. And it's not just going to be, oh yeah, here's a couple of spells along with the other spells. It's literally like, this is your source of power. Here's your spell lit. Like this is the spell pool that you can pull from. And again, a disciple of Div is going to feel and play different than a disciple of Void, because you're also going to have to accumulate. You're going to have to accumulate faith to use your abilities and conjure up motes of divinity that you can then channel your powers into. So it's speed. And then the specialization is a knight or crusader of your god, or you just fully embrace like the higher priesthood and become a full, you focus on your casting. So you essentially turn into a tanky, you turn into a warrior of that discipline, or you fully embrace the caster life.
I love that.
Yeah, just little things.
That'll be the class I'm picking, is Disciple.
Disciple.
Mark it down.
I'll make sure to flesh it out a bit more then. I love that.
How are you thinking of doing leveling?
Play by ear. I think I want the leveling to be a bit quicker. Just for play testing, and I kind of have to I want to hop around between different levels. Because also keep in mind, one of the big reasons why we're testing this is the monster level system.
Yes, sir.
Which is what I want to test, because I want to get away from challenge rating.
That's why I was curious how you were going to do leveling. Like if we were going to be milestone, EXP, or if you had changed.
It's definitely going to be milestone. It's going to be milestone. And XP is, I just There's no reason. If you could set your XP up as much as you want, you know what I mean? I milestone is definitely going to be the way to go. It's the way I prefer my games.
Mm.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, we'll start with we'll even start at level 1. Because
Nice.
the background you choose will now also give you an extra hit die. So if your background was a fucking librarian, you're gonna get an extra D6. If your background was like guard, you're gonna get a D10.
I like that.
Yeah. And then that will also set that kind of sets it up a little bit because you guys are going to be you're going to be able to survive level 1 now. Because that's if there's one thing I have seen in my many years of DMing is that level 1 is just too much of a crapshoot. It's too much. It's too much of a crapshoot. And if you try to lower the numbers down to make it more manageable, it doesn't feel threatening anymore. Meanwhile, the level 2 encounter you guys just went through, you felt like, okay, we have a chance. But it is like, I got hit. I need to start being more careful.
Correct.
Because in a second hit, I'm down.
And this motherfucker hits me again. I felt Junie sweat immediately. The moment she got hit, she was like, hey guys.
Yeah. And so with hardcore especially, you want to continue to have that feeling of just like, oh shit. So
the class Marius would pick isn't on the available list. He would be he'd probably be a clad bearer.
Yeah. A clad bearer is so I would say the tech level for this phase is going to be very Renaissance, I suppose is the best way to describe it.
Excellent.
Like Leonardo's flying machine and all that shit.
Oh, yeah, make me a disciple, baby. I believe wholly and physically in the church.
Yeah. Are you a disciple of Div or a disciple of Void? Because those would be the only two choices in phase 0.
Div is light, dim is Void is darkness.
Yes. Div is life and Void is the absence of. So the way the teachings are is Div wants to continuously grow. So the way the way the stories go with Div and Void, beyond the spoiler alert, it was all made up by a civilization that arrived to the planet prior. It said people need religious influence as a motivator.
God.
Well, so the previous civilization created Div and Void. They were essentially crafted gods, but the current not people know now, but like phase 0, phase 1 Ionians, look at them as gods. They are gods. They are exactly. It wasn't until those gods were killed at the end of phase 1 that mortality really began to start taking off because they couldn't rely on a more powerful entity. That was also a dark time, which was during phase 2, because resurrection was no longer possible because the gods were dead. And then phase 3, between 2 and 3, was when mortals, 4 mortals became gods, became the new gods, in part using technology that was left behind by the Auroran Federation, the previous civilization, the ones that essentially terraformed and occupied Io before they died. They died off, and then the new life cycle began. So yeah, phase 0 is like the beginnings of that life, which means Div and Void are very prevalent in the world. There are stories and lore that has been created about Div and Void, and the stories are told that in the beginning there was nothing. There was void. Void is the antithesis. There was nothing until suddenly a spark of life, one that was so powerful, began to manifest itself with a desire to live, and that's Div. Div essentially appeared, and once Div appeared, once light appeared, Void recognized its own existence and was terrified by it, because before there was nothing, which meant nothing. There was just absolute nothing. But the moment a flash of life is created, and now you as nothing recognize that your existence, you are no longer nothing anymore. You are now something. And so the constant struggle is Div wants to grow. It's the small light. It has a willingness to live. It wants to be alive. It wants to experience something. And Void wants to return it all to nothing, because life sucks. Essentially, like, Void does not want awareness. Void wants to return to nothing. And to return to nothing, everything must return to nothing. So you've got Div, which is life, and Void, which is anti-life, and those are the two gods, essentially. Yeah. And so, but because of that, we are also entering into a time of bit of tribalism, probably a bit of unfortunate, a little bit of racism, specifically because of the gods. As you can also choose to be radiant or void touched, which means because all life, the way the stories are told, all life originated from these two gods. So everyone has a bit of Div in them, or everyone has a bit of Void in them. Everyone has Div and Void in them, essentially. That's how life was formed. Some lean more towards Div, which means they have more Div in them, and some lean more towards Void, which means they have more Void in them. So people don't choose who they are, they just are. They're void touched, they're radiant, or they're balanced, which means they are 50-50. They are nothing leaning in one direction or the other. The problem is, as with all mortality in society, is void touch tend to be looked at as evil. They're looked at as you are the antithesis of life, therefore you are evil. You are void touched. You are aligned with the void. But that's not entirely true, you know. And
yes, it is. The church told me so.
Yeah, that's so. Have you heard of Braun? Have you heard of Lawman's character Braun?
Isn't he the one that became the Reaper?
No. That was Leighton. That was Gerard's Leighton. Braun was radiant and was a paladin of Div. And because of that, he definitely had that righteousness to him. And because of his, people will know of Braun. That was Lawman's character in the offline games in Phase 1 in 2019. He played a character named Braun, and he was pursuing godliness to be more like Div. And he sort of achieved it because he became an immortal. So Lawman played Braun again in Phase 2 as a hidden immortal who lost, after Div was killed, Braun lost his way and essentially then discovered there may be a way to bring Div back or to become the next Div. And so that ends up being his pursuit. In IO history in Phase 3, Braun was the All King of Alabaster before he mysteriously disappeared like hundreds of years later, essentially. and his fate was left unknown. So he survived the phases. And why? Because a div, baby. Radiance. Fucking God's out there looking at you. God's favorite child. God's favorite kid.
Oh.
Yeah.
I love some oh man. I love some dude who is like, yeah, man, the church gave me a home. They taught me how to read. Div is fucking awesome.
Yep. And that's what it is Div is the giver of life. And at the end, the twist of phase 1 was essentially, they both hate you. Like,
no.
Yeah, like they both look at humanity, at mortality as unintentional. They were never supposed to be created, and because it's essentially the gods do not favor anyone. is what was discovered at the end of phase 1, was that the gods look at mortals as lesser than life. Essentially, they are a side effect to
I am
life.
made in God's image, goblin, not you.
And yep. Well,
and God's up there shaking their head. No, you're not.
Yeah.
In fact, you're an accident. I don't want you at all.
Actually, no. God isn't even paying attention to you, because that's what ends up happening. Is at one point, the gods who are still, again, Div and Void are still fighting. Void wants to return everything to nothing. Div wants life to flourish and grow, and both of them eventually recognize, what the fuck is that? Like, who? what is that? And the reason why is Void fears the mortal races, to the point of it's me or them. And Div looks at the mortal races as unclean, imperfect.
Ooh.
And the reason why they both look at that is because, from what I said before, mortality is both Div and Void. So Void is seeing the Div side of the mortals and going, I fear that. That needs to go. And Div sees the Void in the mortal races. And since none are pure, effectively.
Damn.
Yeah.
Nice. I can't wait for. Well, that'll never happen in my timeline.
Oh no. Yeah. No. Phase
God
0,
loves me, dude. God's fucking awesome.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's, again, we're in like a holy phase 0 is the holy wars, where like a lot of life was lost under the pursuit of my God's right, your God's wrong. Oh. And again, while this is happening, Div and Void aren't even aware of your existence.
Nice, dude. Yes.
So those are the stories. And so, yeah, in phase 1, they end by one of the wise ones, who again were cast there to sort of guide humanity, who went, hey, because the goal was always the mortal races need to ascend beyond gods. The gods will help guide them, but they need to outgrow them, so that they must kill God so that they may reach their next step. And so that is what the that is essentially what the wise ones were tasked to do, was to guide mortality to a point where they could slay the gods, get rid of the gods. And they did in phase 1. They chose the heroes and everyone, and went, okay, so here's some lore about your gods. They hate you. They don't want you to exist. And in fact, because of that, they're going to do everything in their power to destroy all of you. So it's you or them. And everyone, okay, I guess can we even kill him? It's like, oh yeah. You're ready.
Oh yeah. Get in there, champ.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And they did. Yeah. Both parties were, but the thing was, they had to kill the gods at the same time. Because if one god died and the other one lived, it would immediately overlap. So if Div died and Void didn't die, Void would swallow up all of life as you knew it.
Mm.
But if Div won, or Div lived and Void was killed, Div's life would flourish into pure perfection, turning everyone into 100% radiant.
You never want
But
that.
But that also means nothing exists anymore because everyone is everything everywhere.
Mhm.
It's just pure holy light. Just boom, you know?
It is a white blank slate.
Yep. So it's either nothing or a white blank slate is what happens if either of them. So they both needed to die pretty much around the same time. And they did, and then magic froze, and that brought the great petrification of Kathos as a safety guard to what was inevitably going to be this massive, massive event where both gods effectively at the same location, dying at the same time. It would change it would ripple throughout the battlefield. Essentially, it would ripple out through the entire through the entire kingdoms and continents, and it would extinguish the side of, since Div and Void were God, it would extinguish the radiance. It would extinguish the Void touch. And that's because what was seen earlier in phase 1, Void essentially, there was the turning point of this battle is when Div is victorious over Void, and Void shatters into 8 pieces, and this phenomenon is known as the Void Star. There were 8 Void Stars, which were effectively the embodiment of Void. And because Void was still present, Div wasn't able to flourish and grow, just be unimpeded for a while, essentially. The party, halfway through phase 1, encounter a Void Star and successfully defeat it. The problem is, with a Void Star killed, that's an 1/8 of Void gone, extinguished from the world. Mm-hmm. And that rippled out so that essentially a lot of Void touched were killed when the Void Star was killed, because Void was sucked away and destroyed. So it was like tens of thousands of Void touched were killed. And that, even though that tragedy happened, the radiance, the more radiantly aligned kings and things like that, took that as an opportunity to see what needed to be done, and especially to throw out hateful rhetoric about the Void touch, because of the Void Star incident that happened in the ruins of Alabaster, essentially. And so they took the liberty. What was funny, it was that king was Braun became under service of that king, and that king became the All King of Kathos. Essentially, there were 8 different kings that kind of functioned as a senate, and then there was one All King that essentially got to make declarations, and only if the other kings were to interfere with that, the All King essentially, the other kings were checks and balances for the All King's rule. So this Radiant King became All King, and Braun served under him. And because of the fear that was mongered of the Void Star incident and what is happening with the Void touched, he managed to surrender all of the other kings' power, essentially dissolved them, and then became the one true All King. And he was literally about to start a crusade against the Void to finish it off once and for all, to get rid of the Void touch, to extinguish them completely, and to find the other Void Stars and also do that.
Nice. That sounds awesome.
And but then the parties came and stopped it, and Braun was defeated. And it was Braun became the Div Star, which was Braun was gifted with, because they were talking to Div, and Div was like, "Oh yeah, you are, you know, you're gonna show that these show them the way or whatever you want to hear, blah blah blah. You know, but like, oh yeah, you're my chosen ones. Like you are the ones that when we bring this world into the light, and maybe or maybe not, they didn't recognize what that meant. You know, you two will be at my side, essentially. So yeah, TLDR, that's
It gives a thumbs up to the ancient being. Yeah, man, I'm on your side. Holy.
Hell yeah.
Bring everything to the light. I agree.
So yeah, right now everything is more like, you know, the Void Touch keep their identities quiet, while other Void Touch do, you know, participate in the fights as emissaries of Void. And then of course you got the emissaries, which are essentially chosen ones. The Jesus Christ of Div and Void are the emissaries.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're the ones that speak on behalf of the gods, whether they were able to or not. But they were very powerful, radiant, and void touch. They were known as emissaries. And there was only one. There was only ever one emissary at one time. But emissaries came and went and were killed off because of these wars. And then new emissaries were adopted and founded who spoke on behalf of their god. Yeah, phase 0. It'll be fun. It'll be a happy time.
I'm ready.
Everyone.
I'm ready for my fucking candle lighting monk, my friar to don plate mail.
Level 5.
Yeah, he immediately stops drinking mead and starts swinging his morning star with violent abandon in the name of God. I'm ready.
Yeah. Fucking ready to go.
Nice.
All right, I gotta
grab you. I grab you. When?
Yeah, I gotta go.
When?
Wait, what's up?
When?
Oh, when? Oh, I don't fucking know. I still need to find players. I'm still waiting for responses.
Give me their names.
I got I've got 3 confirmations right now. I just gotta wait for one more confirmation, then we're good to go.
Give me their names and I'll get the answers for you.
No. No.
I'll hunt them down.
You needn't worry or stress yourself out anymore. Allow me.
No.
I'll drag them in kicking and screaming.
I'll see you guys later. I gotta make dinner. Bye-bye.
What's up, gamers?
Hello.
Hello. We're working on a little bit of a funny dungeon, as it were.
Yes, I see that.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Necromancer layer?
Yeah, that's literally what I'm working on right now.
Oh. Is it a named necromancer? Or is it just
it's gonna be
Necromancer Joe Schmo?
It's gonna be a named necromancer.
Oh.
It's gonna be tied to one of the PCs.
In CIC?
Sorry, 2 of the PCs. Smile.
In CIC?
Yeah.
Oh, I know who it is.
Oh yeah, who?
That's obviously Eridan's sister. Dun dun dun.
Wrong.
Tied to 2 of the NPCs.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not Eridan's sister, who is, Eridan's sister and, Stenvalder's fiance.
Are you asking if they're the necromancer?
Yes.
No, they're dead.
That's
what do you mean?
Yeah, perfect for being a necromancer.
No, necromancers are alive.
But they can be dead too.
I like alive necromancers. They're way cooler.
Oh, I see. The juxtaposition.
They got way more flavor.
It's clearly related to Faramir.
I don't think, because I've talked about this before in the past, especially with CIC having been wrapped up. We will be losing a player, and that player will be Faramir.
Okay.
Faramir will Dova Badger, who plays Rylan, who plays Formir, who plays Talanos, all that. They are they have gotten a life. They have a partner that they'd like to spend time with. They're buying their own house. All this stuff. Really, really big life achievement goals. And I wish them all the best. That man, I met that man while I was in the Navy. He's basically the brother I never had. So yeah, it's, I'll be sad that I don't get to play Pathfinder with him anymore. But I'm much happier that he is in a healthy, loving relationship and got to be very happy.
So a necromancer that's related to you and Arendelle? Oh.
Why are you trying to spoil it? Come on.
What do you mean spoil? I'm trying to guess it. What?
That's technically spoiling it.
Is it? I mean, the boss can just flat out deny any, musings I have.
Okay then, don't spoil it for yourself. Just let the mystery set in.
Come on, boss. Whisper it in my ear.
You don't want that.
Why?
You don't want that.
Says who?
You think you do, but you don't.
I do. What?
You know what? He wants you to tell him so he doesn't have to watch the stream, because he already doesn't watch them.
That's right.
What? What not? Oh, you
Go on,
little
admit
spade.
it. Go on, admit it.
I like the journey more than the destination, okay? I will watch even if to be fair, I read sometimes the last chapter of a book, right? Just so I can, feel the giddiness of, seeing how it all turns out.
What does that mean? What? That is psycho behavior.
It's about reaching the destination, the journey towards the destination.
Okay, well then, then I will leave you with the knowledge that it is in relation to. It is not related. I don't mean like blood relation. It is in relation to two PCs. On the talk of necromancers, what is the lore of necromancers in Adis? Does that have any particular lore and how it came out to be or practiced? Yes, it does. Give me just a second and I shall read it to you. Necromancy in particular is spawned because of one of the first betrayals in the world, or at least in terms of divinity. I have to go to my 5e module. My 5e module is bricked, by the way. Like, I cannot make new stuff in my 5th edition compendium anymore. So, very pog. I've basically just been, like, slowly pulling things out of it with the inevitable knowledge that it'll eventually just crumple in on itself. Okay. Let me see. I believe it's lore, and then it's chaos, evil entity. The power of undeath is one bestowed to many figures, a dark ritual that has been used over countless centuries, with its origins being traced back to time before time. Comprised of the recently fallen and grave-stained bodies of bitter ancient warriors, the hallowed are undead that have been raised to service once more. Provided that their remains have not been blessed by individuals of God-sworn power, these fallen warriors can be instilled with any semblance of life and a flicker of spirit to march once more. Silently, they gathered together in a semblance of their old ranks, mutely awaiting the commands of their new lord as the remains of their tattered batters flap in the unnatural breeze of their creation. Lipless horn blowers raise their instruments and sound a spectral, mournful dirge. On a natural 20, on a recall knowledge check, or a crit, which would be now, found within the dusty tome or heard from the lips of the hollowed themselves, a singular repeated name, Amir. Its purpose unknown, its origin lost to time, yet the hallowed, their true name, are the children of Amir. In my setting, the undead, the act of necromancy, the act of undeath comes about during the quote-unquote age of creation, when the Allfather, his son, and his grandfather were stuck together in the end of the world. Their world, as they knew it, had come to a violent and frightful end. Amir, Eormenir's father, believed that the cycle will resume again, as everything is cyclical. And as such, their only choice now was to lay down and die. To die with the rest of their kin, to die with the rest of their beloved, with their world. Eormenir said no. Now is the time to build the world that we've always wanted, to build the society that we have always longed for. And in the desperation of their battle as they fought, and Eormenir was losing, as Amir was a very powerful man, Galadir, the son of Eormenir, stabbed his grandfather in the back, killing him. Stabbed him with the blade, thus beginning the first act of betrayal for Galadir. Eormenir attempted to assuage Galadir's worries and basically take the blame onto himself. It was him who killed Amir, not anybody else. And an even more vile act, Eormenir used Amir's body as fuel, more or less. Broke down his genetic compounds and used him to create the first gods. And through this violent, wicked act, Amir's spirit basically launched itself away, and has more or less been biding its time. With Amir's death, the sort of first act of the world was stained with his blood. And as such, all creatures that are raised from undeath are touched by Amir's blood. And that's why the undead are known as the children of Amir, and necromancers worship Amir. God, what was his actual title? I believe it's like the Bloodied Forefather is his name. Where is your name?
Yeah, but like you said, necromancers are basically lawyers. So like, where's his office? Where's the paperwork? None of this makes sense.
Amir, the Bloodied Forefather, is his name. He is my take on Ymir from Norse mythology, where VV and Odin basically tore apart Ymir to make Midgard. And in a similar sense, Eormenir, also known as the Allfather, with his son Galadir, tore apart Ymir to make divinity, to make new gods.
Oh, the OG lore.
Oh, gee, what do you mean? That's just the lore.
Well, that was the lore that was like way back, like OG.
That's the lore. What do you mean?
No, this was before the revamp, right?
That's still the lore.
Oh, okay.
That
Cool.
never changed.
Not all the lore from the old lore had to change.
Yes, it did. It was corrupted.
What's up, gamer?
You're corrupted.
What's up?
Maybe it's the council that's corrupt.
Spent all day thinking it was fucking Thursday or Wednesday. My boss was like, "Hey, I was about to clock out. I'm like, hey, am I gonna see you Friday?" And he went, "You mean tomorrow?" I stared at him like a fucking idiot for like 3 seconds, and then went, "Yeah, of course."
Ooh, almost lost my cool there.
I hate meetings.
Godfather making other gods out of pieces of his dad is also a kind of fucked up way to, in theory, make sure they are never greater than he. I smile at the camera.
Do you think the Allfather abandoned us because he was just tired of all the Aranar meetings he had to go through?
Yeah?
He was just fucking sick of sitting in a meeting as people like complained basically for like an hour every day. Like, Saren's at his door. Where the fuck am I putting all these souls? We have an abundance of souls. Did you not think this through? And he goes, oh.
Hand rubbing over his face.
The bags under his eyes because he just finished talking to fucking Enbrier about fucking the new age. He's like, yes, son. You'll be included. All right, no one's gonna forget you.
So if you turn your attention to this 32-point slideshow that I put together,
That's Moraltir. Moraltir comes in with the 2-hour PowerPoint presentation that he crafted by hand. And everyone is fucking on their phone.
All right, and if you look here, I have activated kill switches in all of my vaults.
That's nice,
What do you need
Moraltir.
those for?
He won't shut the fuck up about his own projects, like they have any consequence.
Right, so I'm going to
Everyone's
need
like-
more funding.
He has these really overly complex, like, graphs about random shit because he just loves data analysts, so he'll analyze everything. Like, if you notice, this is our ratio to elf versus human versus dwarf, and everyone's like, who cares?
It's actually quite fascinating. If you look here,
It's
you'll notice
actually
with the
low-key, like,
famine.
the most... It's like finances. It's low-key the most important thing, and high-key the most mundane, boring shit you've ever sat through in your life. It's Rogel Dorn levels of snooze. Presented in the most dry fashion, because why would he need to spice up these fascinating details?
Yeah, you should be thankful for them.
Yeah, honestly. And then fucking Veridas is it Veridas? No. Oh god, which one's the love god?
Sorry,
The shithead. Yeah, he's HR.
He's HR. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
What's wrong with Sario?
What's up?
What's wrong with Sario?
I just know. All right. Look, I'm just stereotyping. Most love gods are shitheads. Okay. Most poets were nerds and spiteful. They were ancient times nerds. Okay, so obviously they're going to fucking incel. Like, look at Aphrodite. Okay. It's not a coincidence that she was married to the god of engineering, but fucking the god of war. Okay, somebody was mad. Literally, like, fucking the first recorded instance of women. Homer was an incel. I'm just saying.
Amazing. Oh man, how's work?
Oh man, it was great.
Nice. Is the Pope still alive?
Yeah,
Nice.
terrifyingly enough.
He's fighting back.
We don't know how he's. So last time my boss went on vacation for a week, New Year, right? I forget if it was this year or 2024. They kind of all blend together. I think it was last year. During that time, while he was away, Pope Benedict died. Although he was not really Pope at the time, but he fucking died. So there was no, like, council, and that was a total shit show. My boss, with his wife, who also works in a department over, is planning another week vacation.
Oh
soon.
no.
And he is sweating nuts right now because he's like, if please, please, like, I'm going to be out of town with nothing but a laptop again. I pray that he stays around.
That's so
I'm
funny.
over here sweating my nuts that he's going to decide that he's waiting until Easter to kick the bucket.
Ooh.
He's just waiting for the most inconvenient time
That's so funny.
where we'll all, because we get 2 days off during Easter. I think maybe 3. He's just waiting for all of us to go on vacation to fucking kick the bucket. Because everyone's coping right now, and he's doing the classic old person thing where he's like, ooh, I feel right as rain. And then they die the next day. They fucking decease. They're like, I'm lucid as fuck right now.
I remember
Hello,
everything.
my son.
I remember everything from my childhood.
Hello, my grandchildren. It's so nice to meet you. And they're like, oh my god, you're getting better, granddad. You did it. And then the next day, he's like, well, I'm glad I was able to say goodbye. And then he fucking dies. Right? This is old. This is how old people die. It's just how it is. And he's doing that right now, where we've all were like braced, like for interregnum to happen, and then nothing's happened, and we're all like peeking out. Like, is it safe? Can we just continue with our lives? So naturally, I can only assume he's gonna die any second now.
I'm shitting my pants.
Correct.
Amazing. If I put in front of you a puzzle
I'm too tired.
that says, I fucking push you, that
I
says,
fucking knock over the puzzle like a cat. You put a Rubik's Cube in front of me, I fling it across the room. I go,
a little bit
"Someone
more
else."
involved, a little bit more involved than a Rubik's Cube.
No!
Let's
I want
say,
more involved.
let's say you go to a door and the door has a series of gems on it. It's got a series of gems. It has a yellow gem, a red gem, a green gem, and a blue gem. But the blue gem is already lit.
Oh my god.
And you find, as you're traveling, you come across a series of valves, and one of the valves has a yellow gem on it.
Ugh.
What's up, man? What's up? What are we feeling so far? Just upon that immediate, I haven't even gotten that far.
I mean, I guess that seems fair. It's not really a puzzle. That's just side objectives. But I mean, hey, unless I twist it, of course, and it's like, ooh, wrong gem, idiot, and then it explodes in my face.
The blue one turns off when you turn the yellow one.
Oh, fuck me.
So there's an order you got to put them in.
You see Oliver float the gun directly into his mouth. A tear goes down his face.
You have to turn them in a certain order.
Not today.
To get them all to light up.
Are they all in the same room at least?
Nah, they're spread throughout the dungeon.
I'm gonna fucking die. Am I gonna get ambushed halfway through trying to get to these fucking...
Yeah, there's gonna be creatures waiting in the rooms.
So here's the thing. I do very well with puzzles when I'm alone. But group puzzles... Oh my god. I'm convinced that the more people you put in the room, the dumber each person gets. Like, They don't get smarter. Group collaboration is a lie.
Yes, we call that mob mentality.
Correct. 2 people smarter. 3 people dumber.
It's called diminishing returns.
Actually, no. 3 people. I feel like you get smarter until you hit 4 people. When you have 4 people, now you have a tie and indecision, and everything gets fucked up. And anything more than that is just a clusterfuck.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you, you have 4 people in your party.
I know. This is why we always activate every trap. Okay, it's just how it is.
What if I told you?
I'm gonna die.
Okay, maybe it's not gems. What if it's levers? What if you need to hit a lever somewhere in the map?
What does that have to change? How does that change anything?
I don't know.
Oh my god, that doesn't change the actual. You're just changing like the color of the door, and you're going. Does it look better now? And I go, it's a door. Anyway, it's fine. I'm sure we'll figure it out. It'll just take a few hours. If you want to spread the content, go ahead, King.
This first floor is going to be very big, is all I'm saying.
Oh, good.
And the only way to get to the stairs and take you to the second floor is to open the door, but you can't open the door manually. You have to find the
Here's my
correct
question.
pieces.
Here's my fucking question. Who designed this?
The necromancer.
The necromancer design. This is how he gets into his house?
No, he has a different way of getting in his house.
Nice.
Why don't we just find that way?
You
It's
can't.
Oh, okay.
The way in is corrupted with terrible evil magic.
This is always the funny bit. This is the funny bit with like puzzles in like a fantasy setting as like a type of security because if they're really smart, they just would lock the damn thing and say no entry. And I don't know, curse it and be like, go away, and probably put like a dragon in front of it.
So here's the thing.
Instead,
hold on.
they're like, no stupid people in my house, please.
Hold on. So here's the thing. Getting to the necromancer on the surface level is exactly that.
Okay.
You are attempting to enter like corrupted lands. It's guarded by terrible nightmare monsters. This necromancer has basically done everything to keep you out. What you are finding is what is underneath the castle that he's in.
Right.
And you are basically circumnavigating the bottom of the dungeon to get into the dungeon proper.
So that he didn't actually make this.
No.
It's just like Archotech that's left over.
It's like a pseudo Archotech. Like it uses a lot of like steam and boilers and stuff like that to work. As you can tell, I've been watching Castlevania.
I see. Doesn't flip upside down halfway through.
Yes.
Nice.
You will be fighting him and then he will teleport the castle somewhere.
Frick.
It will have devastating populations to the trout.
Oh, fuck.
No.
Not the Astral Sea again. The Juggernaut that's been waiting 4 years.
Finally! Now that I have you right where I want
The foreshadowing of the Juggernaut in the distance finally revealed 5 years later in a different campaign. Hi, I'm a named character. I don't know if you know that. We find Ward finally. Barrett Ward still fighting this stupid thing.
Yeah! Like fucking Battle Beast with the Viltrumite. Just
Yeah.
floating away in the Astral Sea, just fucking stabbing the shit out of it.
You know, there's a puzzle in Final Fantasy. You should go play Final Fantasy X. You should take a few, I don't know, months to play that game.
Fucking...
A few months to play Final Fantasy. Arguably the best Final Fantasy, in my opinion. I say, having not played any of them, but it's really good. There is a part. I think you could draw a lot of inspiration, personally. Like the whole fucking bit with like machines like attracting sin. Pretty cool. But there is like a temple, the fucking lightning temple, which is just a giant puzzle. Fuck that dungeon. But also, if you're looking for puzzle inspiration,
What am I doing? Of course. Oh my god. I can just do Morning's End Part 1. Oh,
is that Final
what am I
Fantasy 14?
doing? No. Oh, it's
what I
light
said.
puzzles. Morning's End is a fucking RuneScape quest that is notorious for the light temple. You have to direct crystals to reflect the light into the door.
It all comes back around, baby.
You have to turn crystals to... Oh my god. Oh.
I'm convinced that if I actually played RuneScape for any amount of time, I would just, like, the entire illusion would just shatter. And I'd just be like, oh. Like, the nice painting would fade away, melt away, like layers of fear, and I just see RuneScape Adis, like, slapped on with the RuneScape music in the background.
Oh.
You should make an NPC scammer who's like trying to steal your armor or greatsword.
I'll trim your I'll trim your
an
plate
armor
body.
trimmer. I mean, if you're gonna steal from RuneScape, you might as well add fucking stupid shit. A random encounter, you find the fake art like blacksmith.
Man. What's great is that I've told this story before. One of my boss at the time, who I brought in to come play in my game, was playing my Mauritania game. Was playing my Shadows over Mauritania,
Nice.
and it was like sometime afterwards they were watching a streamer. And they were I think they were watching like Settled, who does a bunch of like, he did like a Mauritania only Iron Man, which means he couldn't leave the region. He had to get all of his own shit. It was really good. I think he was watching that, and he heard the guy say, "Yeah, okay, so we need to go to Canifis." And Canifis is the first town that the party finds. It's full of werewolves. It's full of werewolf people. And he had your exact moment where he came to me and he was like, It's fucking RuneScape. You had me playing RuneScape. And I sort of sat back and I went, yes.
Now that you learn my secret, you must die.
Yeah, I feel like it wasn't. If you just play RuneScape, you can no longer play in Crown's games because you'll already be spoiled on what's going to happen.
That's not entirely true. I don't rip everything one for one. Just most things.
Yeah, man.
You'd have to get pretty far.
Wasn't the last puzzle with like the wordplay also from RuneScape?
No.
That wasn't RuneScape.
I don't think so. No.
You sure it isn't like you sure you didn't steal it by accident?
Maybe. I don't remember it being in RuneScape. Usually the puzzles in RuneScape are you turning things, like activating stuff.
Nice. You should call your big custom beginner box Tutorial Island.
That's right. Welcome to Astari, Tutorial Town. Do I want to do the light puzzle now, or do I want to do Steam? I feel like I've already sort of settled on a very gritty Steam aesthetic, so I think I'm going to go with Steam for now, but I'll save the light puzzle for like the second floor.
Gotcha. There's a thunder like temple that you have to go in Final Fantasy where the big puzzle pieces are you moving these little balls of like energy around, powering up different parts of the temple to like open doors and stuff. So, I mean, you're mostly just moving like little orbs around to open up doors, but you know, it's kind of cool that you're basically like holding little balls of electricity. Smile. And then also, you know, there's just random encounters in the fucking thing too, so you're trying to figure it out, and then the fucking window shatters and you're like, As you go back and forth trying to figure out where this stupid lightning ball goes, you get ambushed once again.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Anyway, go play Final Fantasy X.
Now.
True.
Honestly, like homework. Like pretend it's like for your job.
That's so funny.
It's very good.
Could place tiles on the foundry for light. That's what I'm saying. That's why I was thinking the light puzzle, because I saw they were doing an update for that where you could like actually like turn an object and the light moves to like reflect it and stuff like that. What about light steam, where there's bright lights and steam obscuring everything? I'll get into that. I'll get into that once we get this actual like thing laid out and figured out. Right now, I'm trying to find like an actual design I like. I really like this look. I've settled on this very like gritty, dusty metal look. I really like it. That was like the first half of the stream, was figuring out the aesthetic for it going forward. And now it's like figuring out the rooms, right? So this is what I have for it. Mega dungeon, massive sprawling floors, traps, levers that activate doors, 3 floors with the top floor being a solo room with the necromancer, darkish dungeon style ruins and chambers. Built on the catacombs of a keep/castle, corrupted the whole land with vile magic.
So where's the fountain that has a chance of spawning a succubus?
We're getting there.
What?
Nice.
We're getting there. Don't worry.
And she
Actually-
slaps my cock off until I die. Because I have 2 HP left.
Let me see. Let me
My
pull
final
up-
argument before I rest my Final Fantasy case. If I can't convince you to play, understand that Final Fantasy is where Lulu came from.
Oh, 10 is where Lulu came from?
Yeah.
I see.
Belt woman with
Belt
voodoo
woman.
doll, who then marries the guy failure Waka and has a kid. It's the classic, like, how I rizzed the most gothic kills you woman with my extreme autism kind of relationship I've ever seen in my life.
Ah. Is that the big blue dude?
No.
No.
No, Waka's the dude in orange who like plays sports ball.
Oh, the himbo?
Yeah,
She
the
gets
himbo.
it the himbo?
Oh yeah. It's the classic
Oh my
like
god. Bring me the corked up country boy. The goth
it's
woman
literally
says.
that.
That's so fucking funny.
It's literally that. It's
Let's see, what level is a succubus?
his name's fucking Waka, like
Oh, a succubus is level 7, and if they're weak, they're level 6. You're level 2 means they're 4 levels higher than you, which means this would be a fucking extreme hyper lethal encounter.
nice.
So what's that? We're talking 2 of them?
two of them same time get pump and dumped by the succubus. They pacify you and then kill you. And all because you drank from a fountain.
Yeah. F's in the
That's
chat.
how it be on this bitch of an earth.
Mm-hmm.
God, they know Common, Draconic, Empyrean, and then 3 additional mortal languages.
Succubi
Yeah.
in Pathfinder? That doesn't surprise me.
Then they have
that's like their shtick.
They have a telepathy aura out to 100 feet.
You're gonna TPK, there's worse ways. Nice.
What is funny is I still love the rejection vulnerability that succubus have. If you're simply
Yeah, I've seen
not
it.
attracted, they start taking mental damage.
Honestly, I feel like that's one of those. Like, I almost wish I hadn't known that, because once you know that, then like now you know the meta is to just not be horny for them, which is a lot easier to do out of character than in character.
You have to be not sexually attracted to them.
Ooh, never mind.
Yeah.
It's Jover.
It's so Joker.
I think he's the only one who can stop us.
How do you go about that?
No thanks.
How do you go about what? I start making out with those.
The whole not being attracted to them. What do you like at the start of
I
the
don't know,
session
Vision, you tell me.
before a game even starts? You're like, okay, let me just get this out of the way. I am not into succubuses.
No,
And I was like, oh,
no, they appear to you as like, you know, a gorgeous woman, and if your character is, I don't know, not attracted to gorgeous women, boom.
Easy.
fair enough.
That's when I drop the incubi on you, and I go, now what?
Ah.
And then you go, I'm not attracted to anybody, in fact, and I go, oh.
I am an actual automaton.
And I crank your head 180 degrees, and I go, well, they can still throw hands, so.
I'm sorry, DM. My character's asexual.
I go, I understand, as I crack my knuckles. Thankfully, you don't have to be attracted to fists, as they punch the shit out of you.
But what if I am attracted to fists? What then?
Well, then there you
throwing
fucking
hands.
you lose. You lose.
You lose.
If you're attracted, you lose.
If you don't like it until they punish you, I've got bad news.
I think you lose even more, in fact.
Yeah.
I see.
It's just
Noted.
it's just a non-endless cycle of losing.
Me when I lost.
Oh yeah.
Me when I'm losing.
I initially liked this design, but I don't like this design anymore. I don't know why. Actually, I think if I make a U shape down here, good.
So this might be a dumb ask, boss man.
Oh.
Yeah.
But for the necromancer layer, right? Have you ever considered just making it a regular ass house?
I'm not doing that.
That's too easy. Okay. Mind flayers go in the silly old person's home. Necromancers go in the mechanical horror. Okay. That's what we call tonal reversals in this house.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't really do anything for me with it being, oh yeah, they're just in a cabin. Ooh, ooh, so fun.
How am I supposed to get bricked up from this?
Sure, it's like a subversion of expectations, but sometimes it's okay if the expectations are met. It's actually, it's kind of good, in fact.
Why put your hag in a isolated in an isolated hut alone in the woods when you could put them as a banker or like a DMV agent? And they sound like the Slug from Monsters Inc.
Always watching.
Oh, let's wrap it up, boys.
Mike Wazowski.
Mike, you forgot to sign your papers again.
For this role as Dungeon Master, I have smoked 50 packs of Lucky Strikes every single day.
Mike Wazowski.
Your lungs look like the inside of a chimney.
Yeah, man, I hotbox for this role. How can you tell?
Now, I won't say I have never considered the log cabin necromancer because that's what I was gonna do for Secrets of Irist.
Or better yet, boss man. Since necromancers need a license, why not like an office? You know.
Well, obviously
Like-
we're talking about different fucking necromancers here. This is not a necromancer with a license, obviously.
What if the necromancer was licensed and you find them out in the woods, and then you, upon finding the necromancer, the party ready to do battle, the necromancer turns to them and said, "You fools, you've led them to me," and then they realize the people that hired them was actually here to kill the legal necromancer.
Super dope. Not what I'm going for right now, though. I'm going for the super illegal necromancer who is in fact doing bad, evil shit right now.
Illegal guy.
The man with no license, in fact.
Okay, but what if like his license was revoked because he was doing this evil shit?
Probably.
What if he has one of those little picket signs that's like, my front yard is a graveyard of ATF agents?
My front yard's a graveyard of wayfarers.
Yeah, he resurrects the dead, and the dead come out of their graves, and they have a little ATF cap on.
My home is a my home is a tomb for road wardens.
Yeah.
No, that's a challenge.
But yeah, right now I'm going for the super evil, not paying their taxes necromancer.
Or that really is the most unforgivable part.
Yeah, you're being tasked by the IRS, by House Steinmore, to come hunt this fucking necromancer for not paying their taxes.
Wait, question, boss.
What?
Is this necromancer like a main plot quest, or is it like a quest that the party can like pick
It
up?
is a main plot quest.
Is the necromancer's name Arma?
No.
Is he finally
that
paying
tax
for his
evading
tax
fuck?
evasion? Is he finally paying for all of that tax evasion he's been doing in chat? Is his days finally numbered?
They're numbered right now with the drone strike I just ordered.
What?
Okay, how about this? Okay, never mind. Too dumb of an idea.
We are going for serious
No
with this
such thing.
necromancer. We are going for serious.
Okay.
Of course.
So this quest, who will task the party to basically apprehend this necromancer?
Well, it comes about. Well, God damn it, Legion.
Why?
This is going to be a quest from the Oracle. The Oracle is going to say, hey, I need you to get some items for me so we can stop the big bad thing that's happening, to basically seal away the baleful eye. One of them is I have tasked it to a line of knights, and their whole family line will basically serve to protect this item in perpetuity. And then they do a little bit of scrying and they find out, holy fuck, guess what? The knight's land's gone. His whole family uprooted and killed. What lives there now is a vile, evil necromancer who has risen the dead. And the knights that once guarded it and turned the object to evil and is now using it to corrupt the land instead. So you need to go kill that guy and bring me the relic.
Nice.
I have a suggestion.
Okay.
Okay, so what if, right? It's not like a scry. What if it's like, okay, Oracle was like, okay, I have this knight guy, right? I have this knight order or family that's basically guarding this object that we need to get, this MacGuffin, right? However, I'm sending you guys to go get that item. But before they can finish that, the whole spiel, I guess a knight that's an undead knight who's halfway point from being hollowed to stained, like
God, you really want.
Basically,
that's all this is. You just really
really.
want some fucking like, oh, I'm almost a bad guy, but I'm actually a hollowed.
No.
It's
Like,
misunderstood.
no, they're an undead knight from that faction, right? Like, they basically just their will was strong enough to stave off the thing, but they are losing. They're becoming, stained. So what they do instead is they go to the Oracle to basically report what's happened. Like, hey, shit's fucked. As you can see, I'm dead, and things are going from bad to worse. and then they become fully stained. They fight the party, and they're like, okay, this is the intro to the undead necromancer quest now. Instead of it just being like, oh, it's a scry. Oh, we find out
So
from an eyeball.
I spoke too soon. The initial plan, I remember now having spoken about it with lore, is that the Oracle is wrong. Basically, the Oracle is going to send them to these places under the idea that they are still the way that they are because they've sealed themselves off for like hundreds of years. So they're going to be like, hey, I have a night crew that's guarding this MacGuffin. I need you to go and retrieve it from them. They're located here along the river. And then the party rolls up and it's Necromancer's domain. And the Oracle goes, holy shit, it's only been like a couple hundred years. What the fuck happened? How could it have all gone so bad? That's basically going to be the running theme of the Oracle, is that because they abandoned their duty, all of their premonitions are like basically are off. And also this knight wouldn't be able to get to the Oracle anyway because the Oracle is protected by a dungeon. So that knight would have to basically circumnavigate the entire dungeon to get to them like the players would. Fingers crossed for funny old man. It's either going to be funny old man or funny old woman. Basically somebody who can the party can be endeared to, and then when they fuck up, the party doesn't, immediately go, all right, well, we're done with the quest now. I like this look a lot more. Okay, so here's the issue. My brain is seeing this and going, yeah, this is good. I like this. And then another part of my brain's like, you should play Barony right now. Chirik and I were playing Barony last night, like in the wee morning. Just the two of us. Yeah. And we defeated the Baron and got into the Crystal Caves.
Nice.
We also found out you can save your game.
I keep dying at like the first or second level when I try to solo.
Yeah, so here's the thing. If you're going to solo, you need to play like Cleric or something.
Yeah, I keep playing like Shaman and Mesmer worked, kind of.
I watched a Mesmer build. I watched somebody run through with a Mesmer build with like 900 followers. It was crazy. Yeah. But you have to be like a succubus Mesmer to do it.
Well, that's the default, so that's fine. I can do that. A shaman I like shaman because you can transform into cool animals and then recruit them, but it's fucking hard. I don't understand how to do combat if your class doesn't have any blocking. Because
you need to get a shield, and you can block with anything. You just need high armor class. You can block with torches if your armor class is high enough.
Right. Well, the thing with shaman is that as an animal, you don't get any blocking.
Then that's when you rely on your dudes. Your dudes need to tank for you.
Okay.
So like when I summon guys as a cleric, I let them get aggro first, and then I come in and I beat the shit out of it behind the creature. I give the creature back shots.
Okay, all right.
You what?
But yeah, I mean, Conjurer is good in that you can just make your own dudes, and I think that's why I got so far is that I could just rely on NPCs beating the shit out of NPCs. But I would learn how you do combat for the other classes, because like I don't know how the fuck you'd play Ninja or Rogue where you're not relying.
I don't think you can play those alone.
Interesting.
At least I'm not skilled enough yet. But listen, man, I play Warrior and Cleric. Like I have yet to step outside of my comfort zone.
Yeah.
Once I beat the game as a class, then I'll try another class.
I've tried to be cheeky where I'll like punch and run, but they literally like the minute you punch, the AI will immediately flip on you and kill. And the only way to prevent that is to be basically in like the pixel perfect zone where your range just barely outranges them. Which is possible to do, but it's very tricky.
I agree.
And prone to fucking up a lot when, like, if you, I don't know, hit a corner or a second bad guy shows up.
Fucking another guy grabs you.
Yeah.
I will be right back.
It's rough out there. Oh. Have I updated, changed, or done anything with my character in Chaos and Kalimdor? Not yet. I don't really have plans to change much about Eridan. I was tempted to change him into what am I thinking of? Basically the wild shape subclass, but I don't know if that would really work with his character because Untamed's whole shtick is that they're untamed. And Eridan is much too classy to be some homeless guy in the woods. So probably won't change much. Plus, the party needs me. What are they going to do if I change my class and stop being a healer?
I mean, Mr. Sizzle, it could be a Jekyll and Hyde situation. Very classy, and then they wild shape. You know.
Maybe. I mean, the whole idea is that, like, they'll be fine without a healer. I don't think they will. The whole idea was that he was civil and sort of dressed up as this advisor, but he's still sort of. You may have noticed he's quite harsh in sort of like his philosophies, where he's like, "Yeah, fucking kill him." Like he still adheres to the laws of nature, life and death. And he's not too upset when life is taken. Rain, or is that a fan? Is what a fan? Oh, that might just be the air fryer. Background noises is probably the air fryer. Yeah, no, it's actually rain. I'm actually outside right now in the rain. I'll be back. I'm gonna go make my food.
Is air fryer chicken?
No, it's steak.
You're air frying steak?
I return. Thank you. Thank you. Hmm. How do you feel? Hey, Cesar. Damn it.
Yeah, he went to go check on his food.
I see. I was thinking about how players might feel about hallways that are otherwise useless to them, but are useful for monsters. So, for example, if a creature is trying to get in, like, let's say trying to get in here, but there's there are PCs blocking the door. Well, the monster goes around, spends its turn striding to basically get into the arena. So some can tumble through, try to get past. Others might just spend their turns dashing, basically. Let's see, that's 20, 25.
From a player's perspective, they're spending all that time running and moving. That's actions they're not spending attacking, so that seems pretty good for a player.
Vent slime? Hmm. Well, yes, I suppose you could have such things. Do so here, for example.
What if I covered the vents? What about that then? How did they get in?
That's a good question. Maybe they can't. Maybe they show up later on in the dungeon because you blocked them from this encounter.
Oh.
You could potentially turn an encounter that was a moderate encounter into a lethal encounter as the slimes ooze out, having followed you for 4 rooms.
Kind of weird, man. That's kind of stalkerish behavior, I'm not gonna lie. Seek help. Call it the
Seek help. Oh my god, they pour onto a PC. Oh!
This ain't no Nickelodeon slime. This is some acidic shit.
Yeah, it hits you. Oh! Yeah, you know what? We'll make it anyway. Why not? Nothing wrong with more choices.
After all, why shouldn't
Why not? I can do whatever I want, Batman.
No, Joker. Whose phone was that?
Mine? So I don't know if it's like a bit or a joke or what have you. I haven't gotten my Google Fi thing yet, but for some reason I'm like receiving text messages again. And it's people like saying, yes, I'm interested in the Amazon position. And I'm like, all right, well, I don't know how the fuck you got this number because I don't have a number for you to text. So I've just been blocking every number that's been texting me about a job. Like, hello, I'm contacting about the Amazon position. I'm very interested.
Interesting.
It's very odd. But you know, I hope they didn't get the job. Texting me at fucking 4 o'clock in the morning, piece of shit. Amazon or like Amazon doxing people, giving out my number. They're all the same to Amazon. True. But scan. Oh, the hero the people need. I'm so hungry.
But for what?
I got some garbage upstairs that I could eat.
Like garbage, or garbage food?
Garbage food.
I see.
Does not eat like a real bear. Brother, black bears eat trash. Like that's like they're notorious for like ripping open trash cans in California and fucking eating people's trash. out of the dumpster. Yeah, man. Just basically harassing people for food. Although I also love the black bears that have been like basically trained to walk to people's homes. I love those guys. Those guys are great. The black bears that know how to like open doors.
Hey man, you got any dinner?
Hey, how's it going? Is there food in here? I'm fucking hungry, man.
Is that we call pizza in your box I smell?
Let me in there. Let me in that fridge. I know there's stuff in there you ain't eating.
What kind of absurd animal are we talking about now?
A black bear.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, man. Black bears
Me
are
when I
notorious
decide
in
to have-
California for eating trash.
Me when I decide to have fajitas for dinner, as does the black bear.
Yeah, we having this tonight.
If I may ask,
Okay.
I don't know.
why haven't we domesticated bears yet?
I think we're trying. But also they're
Yeah.
they're very stinky is the other issue.
Yeah.
Bears have
They
like
kinda
a
eat
lot of
fish all
parasites.
day. They kind of eat raw fish all day, in case you guys didn't know.
Yes.
And when they're not eating raw fish, they're eating your garbage. So most animals, did you guys
I
know
mean-
that most animals stink?
What?
Yes.
They smell. Oh man, you guys
Yes.
want to hear something too? That's crazy. So you
Go
know how Crown was getting mad because FromSoft is making a Nintendo exclusive? You know what other game is a Nintendo exclusive that people have been wanting for a billion years?
What?
Silk Song.
Oh, is that actually real?
It's real. It was announced, and it's a Nintendo exclusive. Minus $450 to those chumps.
Holy shit.
That's right.
I didn't know it was actually real. I
Ain't
thought
that
was
funny?
I thought that was fake.
I was also surprised.
Huh.
So, boss, I got a silly question.
Yeah.
So, water
What?
What?
drink.
I cannot
Huh?
hear him. What is he saying?
Speak up. I don't know what he's saying.
What are you eating? What are you smacking over there?
Oh. Oh.
I ain't
Okay,
fucking
usually not.
feasted right now.
Usually my mic doesn't pick that shit up. Nice.
I'm
That's
sorry.
Welcome back.
I'm eating spaghetti with
Oh,
eggs and onion and some steak strips.
what the fuck?
Yeah.
That sounds amazing.
I mean, I cooked it myself. You know, no big.
Damn.
Oh,
Gourmand.
It's pretty alright. I need more seasoning. But I don't care. I'm
Okay.
fucking hungry.
What's up?
So, drink containers. Yes.
Okay.
So, what sort of drink containers exist in natives? Is it all just like wine skin, water skins? Are there like flasks? Are there like some sort of like jugs?
What are you asking for specifically? Because this ultimately comes down to something you are specifically wanting.
Not really.
No, don't fucking lie to me. There's always a something that you want.
Okay, okay, think
Yeah.
about it then. What do you think I would
Think
want from
about it.
just asking
I don't know,
about
motherfucker.
water?
I don't know
What
the
do
inner
you
machinations
think?
of your mind. You
That
barely know
is
what you want.
such a like, hey, where should we eat? And then the guy turns to you and says, guess. All right, that's one of those.
Oh, that's not it.
That's one of those. What do you think I mean by when I ask this question? looks over the ridge of their glasses.
I was just asking about what.
What Tumblr thing did you see that you want to bring into Adis?
No,
is what you're
nothing,
asking me right now.
I was just wondering.
Tell me!
Oh man. Well, if he isn't going to tell you, I'll tell you. What I want is to get Adis.
What?
It's a YouTube thing that I saw. Have you seen? Have you seen Trench Crusade by any chance?
Oh my fucking god! Yeah, I've seen
Oh
Trench
my
Crusade.
God.
That shit is
Oh.
crazy, dog. What do you
That
mean?
shit's wild. That shit wild. Dude.
That is not
I
something I
said-
can bring to Adis. Trench Crusade is its own fucking monster.
Very grim dark. Yeah.
It came up on my feed. I'm like, damn. I didn't realize it was actually like written by ex Warhammer people, which makes a lot of sense.
Wait. Did you just found out about Trench Crusade now, Mr. Sizzle? Or did you just dive deep into it now? Like you only knew of it?
I vaguely knew
from
it
the-
existed based on like some vague pictures, but this is the first time I've actually like looked at a video of Trench Crusade, which gave me sort of a quick 5-minute rundown of all the factions and what it actually is.
Very grim dark though.
Yeah,
Absurdly grim.
yes, but it's in the name of God.
It's very cool though.
Sorry, are you trying to shame me for my appreciation of a dude in full plate with a Garand?
Not really. I would love a dude in full plate with a Garand in Adis, but you know, boss man wouldn't consider that.
Well, I don't know about the Garand, but
An arquebus.
who's the weirdos? The general like themes can be ripped from. It's like 40k. Like we can rip the factions even if they don't have guns. Duh. Like the motherfuckers who like actually ate the blood of Jesus and became super soldiers. Those guys are pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Meta Christ. The clones of
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I love them.
It's pretty metal.
I love every Jesus.
Even even the cloned ones that we use for warfare.
Yes. Especially them. They serve a
Mm.
purpose.
Of course.
Though to be fair, you did mention like now that you
What I'm
brought
saying
up transcripted, right? So in Trench Crusade, the devils can't really enter real space or like Earth, because if they do, that basically signals the end of days. So basically, in Aethys, right, Maltoris doesn't want to make themselves known, but do they have like mortal Aethys inhabitant, like people native to Aethys, like agents just roaming around for them? To be like, hey, there's an abyss, there's a breach into
What do
the
you
abyss
think?
here.
What do you think Compromise was?
Well, Compromise was a literal agent from Maltoris.
Mm.
They're-
What the fuck are you
weren't they?
asking then?
I know
No,
what he's
like
asking.
Nate.
I know what he's asking.
No, like
Okay. So in Hell, in Trench Crusade, Hell is Omega lawful evil, perhaps even more lawful than the
yes.
I use in quotes good guys unquotes.
Yep.
Well, they will honor a faction. It's very almost like D&D 9 Hells in that way. So much so that one of the rules for the wretches that you sort of the cannon fodder that you can field in this tabletop. They're slaves that they just captured. But in their contract, they say, hey, if you go out, they're slaves that basically volunteered to go into the trenches to war because they were promised that if they do something cool, like slay an elite or anything, they're free. Like no strings attached. And in most cases, you would think, oh, well, this is there's like obviously a double-edged sword to this. They're not actually free. But no, Hell actually will uphold its deal. If one of the rules is if your wretch kills like an elite soldier, you lose that unit because they start fucking booking it.
Yeah, they're free.
Correct. If your zombie, little naked dude, somehow manages to like strike it lucky and kill an elite Jesus force, super soldier, he fucking leaves. He's gone. He's like, I'm done. I did my
Yeah, he's
job,
no longer in your party. Yeah.
which I think is pretty funny.
That's
Although,
hilarious.
It is fucking hilarious.
yeah, but to be fair, it is a double-edged sword in that they killed.
Well, they're gonna die.
They killed the. Yeah, they're gonna die. It's like the world's not a good place to live in.
But like, hell's up
Like
front
you
with
just,
that.
yeah, he's up front. They're up front. They're like, hey man, you're free. They're literally free. We won't kill you. Like literal the devil people, they won't kill you. However, our followers though, we can't control them. They're chaotic, and now you have a target by God. So you're free, but
Oh,
at
well,
what
yeah,
cost? You're basically yeah, you're a paranda now.
Yeah, there's nothing stopping the Antioch from just blasting you like a commissar, but you're
Mhm.
not working for hell anymore. So I'd say that's a win. The thing is, because they're so lawful, they agreed. They're like, we can't enter Earth as devils. Like actual Satan cannot roll up and be like, "What's up, gamers?" or like Ball or any of the actual bad guys. So what they do is they take people or animals, right, and basically twist them into the monsters that they then send out. So all of the fucked up shit you see out there, and there's some fucked up shit in Hell's units, are basically twisted mortals or animals in some way or another. So you never actually fight real devils, which is why bullets work, as far as I can tell.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's like a proxy war all the time. Like because if they get involved, actual God gets involved, and everything's fucked. Like wipe the board clean, fucked. It's like yeah, it's basically if Maltoris if like the Abyss decides to make its presence known, like literally start rolling up into Aethys, like the Alpha is like, you know what? Not enough. One nuke is not
Right.
enough. We will
Yeah,
basically restart the world again.
it's like if John Maltoris rolled up, then the Allfather appeared to throw hands. So they have to use basically ill riggers in Adas, right? They can't use direct force.
Okay.
That would be the equivalent. I don't know if that would apply in your world because, as far as we know, the Allfather is gone. So I don't know how he could make that threat, but I do
guess
appreciate
what I
that Hell
was-
is very like contract based in that regard.
And I guess what I was asking regarding like agents, like literally like that orc over there, they're like contracted to work for Maltors. They're like an agent in the world going out to look for any breaches from the abyss or any Moverin or any other like stuff like that, and they call it in. It's not like there's a VTOL just hovering around the planet 24/7 looking for stuff. Like they have a guy that's in there looking like sniffing it out for
Yes.
them. And if it's like a literal organization instead of like just lone operatives, that's like an order, like a nightly order. That's basically like that has a hell like Moltora sponsorship. Like they get good gear, they got good tech, but they at the end of it literally just answer to them instead of like any world leaders in Aethys.
Okay, that's kind of hard to do, to not answer to leaders. Because
I suppose.
you would, if you are existing within their domain, like let's say Tyros, a Dracus rolls up on you and you're in his land, you better start answering some fucking questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair. I guess.
Oh my god, especially the elves. Holy shit. You try to exist in elf land without telling the elves you're there? That's how a fucking gaggle of light-bound knights roll through and just massacre you and your gaggle. Like,
Wait, okay, I just realized another thing then. So the Allfather is aware of obviously the Allfather made the deal with the father of the fleet with Asmodeus, right?
Mhm.
And do the other pantheons, are they aware of that deal? Like, hey, there's gonna be like some weird alien snooping around the planet dealing with other extraplanar threats. let them be, or is it like a hush secret? Literally nobody knows. Only the All Father knows.
I think only Saren would know. Because drama.
Because it's fair.
Drama.
Because I think it'll be real funny if like the 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 High King knows. The what do you
How the
call
fuck
this?
would the High King know?
Like divine, like okay, so the gods, right? They got like they're all biz. It's like divinely appointed knowledge that only the High King would know. But there's like they have like little badges. Like if you're an agent, you just flash it, and then they're like, oh, okay.
Oh, like it's fucking Hydra? Like
Yeah, basically, like the whole hey, I'm under orders from someone above both our pay grades, or
He was on-
your pay grade.
He was on Marvel Tumblr. That's what's going on.
he watched Captain
Now we know.
America in Endgame say Hail Hydra, and he was like, yes!
No, not
Yes!
not.
What if there was a company inside Tyros that was just coincidentally called AIM for no reason?
What the heck? Why would you dilute my suggestions like this?
What if there was a dude from Skoldir DM that had like Archotech arm and was brainwashed to be an assassin for Tyros? Have you considered this?
Oh my god.
We'll call him the frozen dragoon, huh?
Yeah. The seasonal Skoldir.
I don't want to ask my question about water bottles.
Well, you're
anymore.
never honest with your fucking question. That's why you always want
About
something.
what? I'm sorry, about water bottles?
What?
What did you ask? What was the subject? I heard water bottles.
No.
What do you mean no? I squint.
This is what I mean. He's never honest. He's never honest.
So anyway, Trench Crusade. I'm gonna keep talking until he decides he wants to actually ask the question, because I know he does.
No.
If you were just honest and told me what you wanted.
I was honest. I was
No, you
honest.
weren't.
I just
What did you want?
a water container, like a jug.
There's literally. This is how I know you don't watch the games. This is how I know you don't fucking watch the games. Literally, Grayson in episode 1 of Shadows of Thorland got a flask. Like a sealed metal flask.
I was
I'm
asking
confused.
what types there are. I was asking a while
Because you
ago. Hey,
want
is there
something. You want something. You want to ask if there are. You're going to ask me this roundabout series of questions to get ultimately to your suggestion. What is your suggestion? What do you want to see in Adis? And don't say that's not it. That's not right. Because I know you.
I just ask if there, what types of like containers there are, right?
I'm just stunned we got from Maltors to water bottle.
To be fair, it did start with water bottle, then you brought up Trench Crusade, and
I wasn't here for water bottle. The part one.
Oh, really?
Apologies. I was making dinner, I guess. That's on me. I'm sorry. I ruined the Dizani conversation.
What are you looking for, Legion? What do you want to see? What type of bottle? Huh? Don't give me this fucking little guy answer. What type of bottle are you hoping to see?
Ooh, he's cutting
Maybe
off
a can.
A what?
What?
A can,
A can?
like
What?
a beverage. Yes.
A soda can? No.
Not a soda can. Some other drink.
Don't be ridiculous, DM. I love the indignation every time you try to get to the heart of the conversation. It's like, clearly not that. No, I'm talking about a Red Bull can, silly.
What? If not a soda can, what the fuck do you mean can?
Yeah, no, a can, but just different drink, not a soda.
Holy shit.
So a soda can without the soda, just the can.
Yes.
But in
Some
a
other
soda
drink.
can shape.
Yes. That you crack
why?
open.
Why?
What
To what?
do you
for
crack
what?
open? So we can crack a cold one with the boys, of course. That's the end game. Legion wants to crack open a cold one.
No, those don't
And-
exist.
Oh, okay.
Actually insane.
No, there are bottles, there are jars, there are numerous containers. There are no aluminum cans by which you can crack it open on a perforated edge to get a delicious Pepsi Zero. Like there's nothing there.
Why not?
There's no
If you want a
NOS in
flask,
ATIS.
no, there's no NOS.
Right, but what if there was like
Oh.
an alchemist who made like potions that were like there to like temporarily reduce your fatigue, and they were in these weird little cans.
Yes.
I don't know if I want cans in my setting.
Why not?
What a question. Do you think
Why not?
any other DM has ever been asked if they wanted soda cans in their setting? Do you think Brett gets asked that question?
I don't think he does. Because I like glass bottles. I think they're really cool.
What if
Aluminum sucks balls. Why the fuck would you want aluminum? What? So people could throw it in the ocean? Is that what
Hey,
you
what
want?
if-
Are you part of some fucking you hate the environment Legion? Is that what I'm hearing?
Oh, what the heck? No.
Recycling
but
doesn't
what if-
exist. So what do you? What the fuck are they supposed to do with the aluminum cans?
Melt them to reforge something new.
With what? To do what? Who's even making the can? How the fuck do you make a soda can?
A new industry.
A new dawn of a new age.
You just want a fucking industrial revolution is what you want in ATIS.
No. I mean, stuff already exists, you know. There's not archaeotech just lying around.
There's not Archotech to make fucking soda cans.
And why not?
I'm going insane. Why? Why? There's no way soda was that fucking important that it somehow survived. There's a fucking factory somewhere that just makes cans.
That one illithid who really likes Dr. Pepper.
Not a boo.
Well, think of the flavoring, you know.
Think of the
Think of the flow.
Think of the branding. Think of the product placement.
Season the world.
Why don't you like what I give you?
It's never enough.
Why don't you like the things I give you?
Okay, if not a soda can that's made out of aluminum, what if just a glass bottle in the shape of a soda can?
No.
And to pop the cork. What?
No.
So you want?
Is that all you want?
Well,
You just
can
want
you
the
bas-
fucking sound? You just want the crisp sound of a soda?
Yeah, you crack it open, or
Why?
oh, better. I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? You just want it to want it? You just want it to have it have it in your hands? That's it?
I suppose, yeah.
Perhaps.
I just think it's neat.
Why is it neat though?
Yeah.
Tell me why it's neat.
Yeah.
Sell it to me.
Oh,
Now's your chance.
well.
You whittled him
I just
down.
didn't
Now
do them.
finish him off.
I'm waiting.
Okay, so imagine this, right? I'm painting a picture. Imagine this.
Imagine. Dragon.
No, a dark, not a cloudy night, right? The party's out camping, and you know, as they go about their business, as they're turning for the night. They, uh, sorry, I can't keep my composure.
You were doing.
You just
If this was fucking. Was it Shark Tank or whatever? I'd be like, I don't want it. I don't want
Okay.
it. I'll give you $10 for 100% of your fucking company.
understood. Sold.
No patents.
$10.
Goodbye.
Come on. Tell me why you want soda cans so fucking bad.
No, I'm good. I know that.
What do you
I'm
mean you're
defeated.
good?
I do not want to make a fool of myself any more than I already have.
Make a fool. You're making a fool of yourself right now. What does that
What
even
the hell?
mean?
Hey, man.
This is an easy thing here. Legion, how are you
Oh, wow.
fucking struggling? Think of the possibilities. You could have your own franchise from the old world. You could have your very own think tank, your very own Coca-Cola from the past that just left its mark even long after it went defunct. How is that not amazing? Like, we have 4 assholes walking around in the fucking woods, lighting campfires and fighting monsters, and they stumble upon a fucking can of, I don't know, Atis soda. You know? That's funny.
I
What the fuck is this? They peel it open. This is weird. Aluminum? What the fuck's aluminum?
You could have
Well,
brought
to
up
be
like
fair-
Nuka-Cola or something, like abandoned Arcotech sodas that have been there for 1,000 years.
Well, okay, to be
Yeah.
fair, the Nuka-Cola thing. Okay, wait. Those are in glass bottles, right? Those aren't in soda cans.
I punch you.
Nuka-Cola is on. That's why they got bottle caps. Okay.
I'm punching you right now.
Don't argue the semantics. You're supposed to be part of the solution. What the fuck?
Damn, can we change A's
Well,
currency
I'm-
to ball caps?
No.
You go deep into the
To be fair.
forest.
I think this
You
is
pass
the
a
worst.
clearing, and there's a giant fucking billboard that pitches you the drink. You don't know what the fuck it means.
You hear an old radio. I've got heartaches by the number.
Yeah.
This has-
Aces will keep it up. Whatever. You go, what does it mean?
And I shrug at you. I'm like, oh, I don't know.
That's right.
Bigger.
I think this has to be the worst thing you've pitched me because you're like, your heart's not in it.
Yeah. I just.
He's defeated.
Well, to be fair, I was just drinking something. I was like, oh, can.
That
Oh. It was like a muscle in him primed to pitch shit at you because he happens to be drinking
He had
soda.
it in his hands.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
been like
honestly,
15 minutes since I last passed her crown with an idea. I had better come up with something.
It's true. Basically. Also, I don't know. I just like the idea, like a bandolier of drinks. You know.
A bandolier. Go fuck
What the
yourself.
fuck?
A fucking bandolier of drinks,
my
he says.
God, he's making the soda.
You like it with syrup or real sugar?
A
It's cane
warrior
sugar, you
with
know.
fizzy drink. The soldier.
You a Sprite man? You look like a Sprite man.
Oh, okay. If I'm really being honest, so you know the.
What have
I
you
guess
been this
you
whole
know the-
time?
Have you been lying this whole time?
No, not okay. No, I was.
I knew you
I
had
was,
ulterior motives, you fucking little snake, you.
Deceiver.
I should draw you as a snake, actually. You should be a fucking bee. Bee is too wholesome
You-
for you.
You rotten rat shit. You're setting us
Fucking-
up.
Garden of Eden, motherfucker. What's up?
Oh, that brings up
Okay.
Trench Crusade again. So anyway,
1 second, wait. So, Mr. Sizzle, you know the commission I'm doing, right? The one for Momo.
yes. What does this have to do?
So-
No, we're not putting a soda on her belt.
Yes. See, that's the thing, right? You saw like the amount of bottles there, and I just thought, huh. So instead of like, you know, like potion bottles, why if it's just like cans, you know? So it's more neatly like placed on the belt.
Not everything has to be symmetrical.
No, not that. It's just more easier to like have
Wait,
more
wait,
of
wait,
it
wait.
in
What's
a
the
row
question?
instead of like cans.
Was this whole argument so that you could draw cans on Grayson?
Not necessarily. I was just thinking like, okay, so if it's
I
like
wink at the camera.
if it's just can, they'll
God, you're fucking annoying. You're dumb. You know that? You're a dumb idiot. And actually, I hate you. I hate you, actually. You're stupid. You're a stupid man. You're stupid.
Yeah, yeah. Fuck.
but yeah. That
So you just want it so you can draw it. Just fucking draw it.
well, I wanted to have
And
a
watch
basis
Momo
in,
be
in
like, why the fuck is there a soda can on my character? And then you have to be like, oh, because I thought it was cool. And she goes, fucking no, give me bottles. And you go, oh,
Give me
okay.
bomb.
And that's a fucking 3 hours of work gone.
There goes my
Really wouldn't take
soda
him 3
can.
hours to draw a soda can.
Soda.
Surely not.
Oh, bomb, no.
I'm just
Put
a
the master
slow
thief.
draw.
Put the master thief on the soda.
Apothecary, welcome. Howdy. You've got me in the middle of beginning a mega dungeon, so to speak. I'm
A
liking the look
giga
of it.
dungeon.
Like a good dungeon of hell.
Yes, of course.
Yes, indubitably.
I can't believe fucking Sirik showed up during that whole thing, like the mysterious stranger in vats, to
Said
plead
his
for
shit
Legion,
and then left.
and then and then carried on his way. The big iron really do be on his head.
Man, I don't know what questions to ask anymore.
If you're honest
Everything
with
just
me,
seems
Doc,
so
you need to be
dangerous.
honest with me. Is your issue? You try to like circumnavigate the conversation. If just be honest and tell me what you fucking want. Say you want soda cans. That's all you had to say.
I don't know, man. It's not as fun, you know.
I kill you.
I love being insidious. I love it.
I'm a little villain.
I love it.
Motherfucker, and Pinky in the brain looking ass.
No, Crown, you see, if you ask the question directly, he can't confuse you enough to make you say yes.
It's even more
That's-
insidious.
That's honestly what I'm getting, is like, he's trying to bamboozle you into agreeing with him.
No.
No. Nuh-uh. I would never.
So, I'm just a little guy, I wouldn't do that.
Not until I
It's
do.
all from the heart.
From the heart, he says. No, it's from your hand.
heart.
You fucking saw soda in your hand and we're like,
This dude's speaking
Soda.
about his heart like he's fucking Dagother.
watching your streams always makes me want to get back into DMing. Hell yeah, brother. Dude, we have a looking for games, hosting games channel on our Discord. Throw up a link, man. I'm sure somebody would fucking love to be in one of your games. We have a lot of people fucking chomping at the bit to get into games. This is looking good so far. I like this. I really like the fill-in. The fill-in makes it look really, really good. This program that I am currently using is known as Incarnate. It is a browser-based map-making program, which I use for all of my maps. Cities, towns, dungeons, all that stuff.
Oh yeah, boss.
What's up, baby?
I think you didn't see the question. Nick asked the question about necromancy a while ago.
I probably didn't.
You're so hung up on cans. We had a can-do attitude.
What were the colors for necromancy? Vile necromancy and sangromancy, blood magic. Or is there the color coding for spells? I think we were having black flames be like black and white be the color for necromancy, if I remember correctly.
Delightful.
I can't remember if we were using that for necromancy or if we were using black flame for something else. I want to say it was for necromancy. I want to say all the necromancy magic has like black and white flames.
I think so too. I think if I recall correctly.
All right, Adis question. With the Herngar and the other dwarves, have they ever encountered Adis Skaven before? Yeah. Of course. I just haven't made the Adis Skaven yet. Like their whole shtick. But I plan to. Because I want that to be something that I want CIC to be a lot of introductions to like monsters for people, because then I can use those monsters in games like SOT, and players already have an understanding of what those creatures are. So they'll look at something like, you know, our version of the Skaven and they go, "Oh, I know what that is."
Ladders.
You know, tomorrow is
Can't believe
Worldwide
you're
Rat
winning.
Day, so
I
I
can't
hit the
believe
rat
we're
with a
getting
broom.
Skaven first and not mouse folk.
We're getting what before what? We already have mouse folk. What are you talking about?
More like mouse folk NPCs that are interacting or out there, you know, not just in the periphery.
It's not, brother. How many times do I have to tell you that I cannot control who the players meet? If the players don't want to
I know,
meet
I
the
know,
NPCs, there are a ton of mouse folks in Kalador, in Istari. Players do not want to interact with those guys.
Zebus, get in there. Get in the game. Bring out the mouse folk.
What?
What's up, Justin? Hey, man. My God, 40 fucking months. Jesus. I hope you've been well, brother.
Skull asked a question. However, if I may interject real quick, are there Underdark Morlings, or are the Morlings all up, like on the surface level?
Underdark, they are everywhere. Morlings are like prolific. They have basically spread across multiple places, and because there are so many connections to the world below and to Adis, of course Morlings have like wandered and meandered into the world below. They're an invasive species in the world below.
So are Morlings basically your 40k orcs that like they're everywhere? Like if you see one, there's probably more.
That's
on
a
the
good
back
way.
line.
Honestly, that's a good way to look at it.
Oh my.
I have? Awesome.
Delightful.
delicious.
Morlings, surface dwellers, have they ever become an yeah, absolutely. There have been a lot of like Morling there have been a lot of like Morling herds and the like that have basically wandered into the world below and have basically become a nuisance, or even worse, like actual genuine threats to the world below. A slaughter lord backed by like you know, one of the shamans who's basically like, we need to erect a hearthstone down here. Look at all these people we can conquer.
Yippee!
That's real bad, real bad. Hmm. Oh, I know what I'll do. I'll have the party be introduced to the staircase. Be basically informed, hey, there are these 4 levers that need to be powered for you to be able to turn on the staircase. then the party can wander through the rest of the dungeon and find the relevant room that contains the access, so to speak, contains the power to one of the levers. Deal with whatever threats there, and then deal with whatever wandering threats are meandering through the bottom layer.
I love to neander.
What would you say helps you the most in designing dungeon, caverns, catacombs, and closed maps? Having played a lot of just tabletops in general, I like changing up rooms and imagining combat happening in them. So I'll look at a room like this, and I'll imagine like a couple of players gathered up over here. A bad guy basically running across this platform, another bad guy running across this platform, or like even a player running across the platform with like the abyss beneath them type shit. And I'll just sort of envision what I want like a room to be, like what I want encounters to be within a room. And that's why you'll see rooms change like several times. Like I'll look at a room and be like, I actually don't like that. And then I'll scrap it. Also, playing a lot of video games helps. This bout of inspiration comes from playing Barony. So
True.
Barony's a dungeon crawling roguelike that's very old school in appearance. It's been a ton of fun. It's a very evil game, but I love the layout of it. There's like a bunch of little rooms that lead to nothing, and there's levers you need to pull that activate, portcullises and all that other stuff.
Random boulders that kill you instantly. We love those.
Correct.
The Minotaur. Oh.
Oh.
That's right, Justin. He's an okay GM, I guess. Thanks, brother. You know what? I'll take that, actually. I'll take it.
It's like, finally, some fucking gratification around here.
We need some smaller rooms. I think this is going to be the biggest room there is the white room. I think every other room, all the rooms leading up are going to be like small rooms. Rooms like this. Like, what's this? Like 25 by 25 is basically going to be like our biggest rooms. At least you're not a Marine. True. Okay, DM. I think I had that on my cup at one point. I think I had like world's okayest dungeon master or some shit like that, like us as a sticker. Nice. I played Abe's Odyssey a good while back and made me want to design a factory map with multiple floors and traps mechanisms. Oh, dude. If you use Incarnate, for example, Incarnate just released a sci-fi map or a sci-fi map pack. Well, I can't say just released. Last year, they released a sci-fi map pack. And it's very, very good. So this is the sci-fi pack. This is like what I've used with the sci-fi pack. This is a bio vault that I made. This is one of the first floors. And if you subscribe, it's $25 a year, mind you. So it's $25 for a whole year. And if you plan on making a lot of maps, it's really worth it. Sips of Red Bull takes his in. See, Zen got super popular after I got out. When I was in, it was Copenhagen, it was Longhorn, it was actual like dip. It wasn't like Zen or these other pouched tobaccos or anything like that.
Newfangled items.
You were vile. You were disgusting. You carried around a water bottle or a soda can or a monster can or whatever and spat in
You were hideous and you liked it.
You were vile. The smoke pit, it was basically you and 4 other dudes spitting on the ground.
Back when people socialized, have just eaten these damn Zins.
People were alive back then. In the ripe year of 20.
They were real. So true, unreal.
My LTK. Nice. Yeah, if you're not used to it, and like when I was just getting in, I didn't understand how like dip worked, right? And I remember throwing up the first time I used it because I swallowed. Like, you're not supposed to. You're supposed to spit it out for a reason. A very valuable lesson to learn. But I was also like a kid who had no idea what I was doing. I just saw everybody else doing it, so I was like, fuck it. Didn't know how to pack it. Didn't know how to do anything.
Delicious.
It's a very like a learning experience that eventually everybody needs to go through.
Do they?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, if you say so.
I do.
All right.
I see everybody else do. Yeah, I mean, that's how I started smoking too. I grew up in a house of smokers, and then I joined the Navy. And then lo and behold, guess what? Everybody smoked. And I went, okay. I just started smoking the shit that my mom smoked. So I smoked like Marlboro Blacks and all that stuff. I remember people looking at me and being like, damn, you smoke that? And I was like, what do you mean? Not knowing it's basically super cancer. Like. And then I got out and I moved to Washington to live with my folks for a little bit. And I was on Joint Base Lewis McChord because my stepfather's Air Force. So I was staying with them for a bit. And I roll up to the to their I forget what the Air Force's corner store is. They're like BX or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, I'll just take a pack of Marlboro Blacks and just give me a roll of Copenhagen. And they're like, okay. And then they showed me the price and it was like 15 fucking bucks for my Marlboros, like just a pack of Marlboros. And I was like, oh, I think you scanned that wrong. Because I'm coming from North Carolina where that shit's dirt cheap. You literally look at the guy and he's like, Marlboro. And then you're like, yep. And he just hands you the pack and you throw him 50 cents basically. And you're good to go. I stopped smoking and dipping that day. Totally fine.
Nice. You want to learn something I just learned just now?
What that?
You know the gnome room?
Yeah.
The gnome zone, as we can call it. You know how in one of the corners there's the trapped place that you can get the helmet from?
Mm-hmm.
I just learned that you can actually pickaxe the stones that shoot magic missiles.
You can explode
them. You can just break them. I just learned that today.
I found that out on accident last night. I was swinging a pickaxe wildly to fight some creature because it was all I had. Like, dude, the run last night was awful. Well, I can't say it was awful because we recovered really well. But there was a point where like the Minotaur killed me and he had to abandon all of my stuff.
Ooh.
And then he basically gave me all of his gear. And then we like back to back went through like the swamp, which was an awful place to do that. We got re-equipped, then went into the castle rooms and started slaughtering gnomes. But I was like always on the back foot. I never had all of my gear. I was always missing something. I was missing a shield, which is how I figured out you could block with torches. It was awful. But as I'm down to my last weapon because everything kept breaking on like 2 swings. The last thing was a pickaxe. So I'm swinging a pickaxe. And I swing at a gnome and I miss and I hit the block behind it, which was the shooty block, and it breaks. And I went, oh my God.
Mind expanded.
My life infinitely easier now.
Mine was somewhat simpler. It was me with a pickaxe in hand after I busted it and going, I wonder. And I hit it.
Nice.
And
that
it went away.
Human moment.
My life just got Super easier. Goodness.
My oh my. Allow me. Swings violently at the wall.
Oh, that's troll. Ooh, time to go.
You could probably copy room layouts for Repo or Lethal Company. Absolutely. This hallway in particular, this one here, where it's a 10 by, what was that, 15, 30, 45, 50, 55. So a 10 by 55 with this like sort of area down here, like this very obvious fall or dip. This is based off of a Lethal Company hallway.
Nice.
So the main layout here is based off of that, but the design is based off of Path of Exiles 2.
Oh.
So I'll say I also envision combat happening, a lot of the inspiration I get is from video games. So I'll look at a video game and then be like, I can make that. And then I start making it. It's my toxic trait. Look at a map, look at a video game, be like, I can make that. Also, hello, Rozzy.
Hey there, handsome. You ready for our date tonight?
Isn't that tomorrow night?
Oh, no, it's tonight.
Oh, it's tonight.
Did you forget?
I thought it was the 5th.
I thought it was too.
It's tonight? The title update.
Yeah.
What?
Oh my god! All right,
that's what it says on the. That's what it says on the thing.
Oh, Monster Hunter, folks! Guess what? The title update dropped. Monster Hunter time.
Oh shit! For real? On God.
Hey, let me go check because now I'm double guessing myself because of you fucker.
I thought it was fucking Saturday.
Haha. Great. Now I'm seeing multiple things say 3 different dates. I love that.
Ooh, evil.
I think what released was the special item pack, so shit you can buy, or maybe not. Maybe it's nope. Yeah, you gotta buy it.
Okay.
Special
like
item
charms
pack.
and shit.
Let's see.
Yeah, it's a bunch of charms and shit.
Isn't that supposed to be
emotes.
DLC stuff that you get?
So the release date is April
Not if you're
4th,
me.
3 a.m. UTC, which is April 3rd, 8 p.m. PT. That doesn't help me because
What
I'm
does that
Eastern.
mean?
Okay.
Brr.
Hold on.
Some
Could be
evil ass
anything.
numbers you just said to me right now?
Nah.
Okay, so it should. Okay, so in my time, it should be
Back
out
at my day.
now. So I'm gonna go check.
Okay. What does this bring? It brings Mitsune and then what else?
Mitsune, Arch-Tempered Mitsune, or not Arch-Tempered, Tempered Mitsune,
I was like,
High
arch
rank
tempered.
High Rank Zoshia,
Uh-huh.
the hub, some new side quests and missions, arena quests and challenge quests.
Okay. Damn, it's actually a lot. Holy shit.
Yeah. Also,
Nice.
it brings back. Oh yeah, okay, I got the update. Oh, it's happening.
Damn.
It's
yes.
Okay. Well, fuck.
Wait, so is it happening now or later?
No, I got the update right now, so I'm
okay.
assuming. Yeah, so I'm going to like download this update, and then I'm gonna go check.
Ooh, somebody's saying, Asdru is saying that it might be up, but also that multiplayer might be down.
I'll actually scream and cry and piss and shit myself if that's true.
Nice.
On stream?
You don't understand, chat. I don't have anything to do in that game until this update comes out.
That's really unfortunate, man.
I don't have anything to do. I've done it all.
Can't you wait?
It's
Aren't
over.
you excited to kill Mitsune like maybe 4 times and then realize you need literally nothing from them and then
Yeah.
have to wait till the 30th for arch-tempered Ray Dao?
Well, Zoshia should be coming out, so we can fight that too.
And then you also fight Zoshia and realize you don't need anything from it. Because
Shut
Ardian
up!
weapons are still the meta, which fucking sucks balls.
So, that doesn't necessarily mean they're meta. That just means that, like, if fucking Zoshia or Mitsusu, because they're also coming out with new skills too. So if those skills are better than something you get on Ardian, then fucking who gives a shit about Ardian? But like, you also don't need Ardian. There's perfect alternative, or like, perfectly fine alternatives to them. I don't want to do Ardian grinding because I didn't give a shit about Safi Jiva grinding in the previous game. So I want cool weapons. I mean, I think the Ardian stuff is cool. I just want stuff made of monsters.
You want to hunt monsters in Monster Hunter?
Monster hunting.
That's kind of weird, bro.
I like the outfit you can get from Mizusune.
I rocked Mizutsune's katana for a while in Rise.
Oh, that's right. Oh, yeah, that's right. We're gonna get so many weapons.
It was really pretty. They also made like a real life version of it too. It's massive.
I guess. I remember Yoshi had shared that picture when of the greatsword that they were holding. That thing was fucking gargantuan. Alright.
Oh, here it is. I had to find a picture of it. It's huge.
It's so cool. Alright.
Look at this fucking thing.
Ooh. Oh my fucking god.
It's massive, brother.
That's what I love so much about Monster Hunter weapons is something as like small as the sword and board to the long sword. It's just so fucking massive and cool looking.
It's so big. Damn, that thing huge as hell.
Okay.
So here's my thing: is that I usually play like characters when I'm playing Monster Hunter games. So the character I was playing or have been playing is Amira. She's a Wyverian. And it's a character I've played in several Monster Hunter TTRPG games so far. And they use a long sword. But I've recently found my love for the heavy bow gun.
Yeah, gun.
Kindred, you must embrace change. She says as she racks the fucking chamber.
What I've also heard apparently is that the heavy bow gun is actually the weakest it's ever been.
That's so funny.
And compared to all of the other titles of Monster Hunter Wilds, the heavy bow gun and the light bow gun are in the weakest states they've ever been in.
So
But do they feel good?
I get it because heavy bow gun and light bow gun, for the most part, in like previous titles, are fucking like insanely fucking good. Like I remember in Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, you could fucking stun lock one of the like very last fucking like higher at the time they're called G rank like elder dragons and beat it in maybe in less than like fucking 2 minutes with just 4 fucking heavy bow guns. And like if you had the kits kitted out and everything, and I'm like, that's fucking insane. Ugh.
That's dope.
All right. Oh, yeah.
Have you ever thought of making cursed in-game armor? What, like Gormagala? Like I just give you the frenzy virus?
I look at fucking Sizzle. I know what armor he's getting.
I'm fucking invincible. It just hits you with fucking enrage every time you go into combat.
Dude, dude, that's what I'm saying. Like, you need to put the Gormagala armor in. He gets frenzy and it starts talking to him like Venom. Fucking the spirit of Gormagala. Iria, I'm hungry.
You got it, Chief.
I want some food.
This one hungers.
Me talking to Zorak. I don't know if I should listen to you. Me talking to the literal crazy drug fiend in my head. Yes!
yes!
I fucking love power!
I have rabies!
I'm fucking invincible!
Foaming at the mouth.
This one wants skooma. All right, let's see. I'm trying to like look at what they're adding. Like everything.
Did you ever play the really old Gauntlet games? Remind me? That sounds familiar.
Gauntlet, like the actual game?
Didn't we play that at the arcade?
Yeah, we did. We did play it.
Yeah.
We did play it at the arcade.
I do remember it. We played it at the arcade.
It was fun.
The arcade.
It was fun. Yeah, Gauntlet. I'm looking at it. Yep, we played this at the arcade. Oh, so cool, dude.
Have you ever heard of Fatalis and its lore? Yes, I am familiar with Fatalis.
I love Fatalis lore. It's so fucking good. Dude, one thing I love about Monster Hunter is, so like, in terms of lore and story, like, okay, it's there. Story is usually set dressing, but a lot of Monster Hunter lore stems from weapons and armors, and it's so cool. Like, if you read the description for the Anjanath armor, at least in World, it gives you the lore of like a cult of Anjanath worshippers that exist out there.
Nice.
So cool.
Sick.
Oh yeah, that's right. They're bringing armor sling back. Oh, I'm gonna dominate everyone with in that. Oh, it's gonna be so good. Ooh, there's gonna be new voice lines and pose sets and gestures added. Cool. There's gonna be the diva. Apparently there was an issue where the game crashed if you blocked a Gravios attack.
Amazing.
Oh my god.
Gravios finally learned some new fucking tech.
Oh my lord.
Oh, my hyper beam wasn't enough? All right.
Crash your system.
I fucking fry your computer.
I cast BIOS beam.
Oh yeah, I think the hub has new cooking, doesn't it? Didn't they introduce some feline chefs?
So I think maybe. I'm not sure. I'm trying to find like balance changes on like weapons. I don't think I can find any. Cause I know like Hammer is supposed to be getting like some buffs in this update. Oh, they changed how the corruption mantle has been adjusted. I look at Sizzle.
I think they nerfed it.
Oh.
That makes sense. The thing was really strong. They increased the durations for the mending mantle and the evasion mantle, and the damage mitigation on the Rocksteady mantle. God damn, Bo got like a mix of like nerfs and buffs.
Nice.
Yeah, I do remember saying they wanted Hammer to get updated.
Hammer.
They said they were not a fan of where Hammer was currently. They wanted to fix that.
Non-existent.
The thing is, like, I hadn't played Hammer, so like, I don't know. I don't know. Alright, let's see.
Oh yeah, now we're getting wacky. Now we're getting weird with it.
Wacky.
A little weird with it?
Yeah, a little weird with it.
Good jiggy with it.
That yoinky sploinky.
I need a bunch of more little rooms, like little rooms.
Itty bitty rooms.
I do some world writing for my campaign world, but I always gravitate back to mimics in their lives. Brother, just make a campaign about mimics.
Mimics.
The Mimic King.
Boom.
King Mimic. He's just a mimic with a crown on his head. Probably like, I don't know if that's real, guys.
Make a horror campaign where it's set in the setting where mimics are just rampant within the setting.
That's just Prey.
Huh?
Prey.
Oh, you talking about 2017 Prey?
Yeah.
Why'd you specify it like that?
I don't know. I don't know of any other Prey.
Oh, the hit
yeah,
game
sure.
2017 Prey.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because there was Prey, and then there's like Prey from like the early 2000s.
Every time.
Go on, Zubas. No, you first.
I was going to every time you see the listings of that game, it is listed as Prey 2017.
I mean, Doom is like listed to Doom 2016.
Yeah.
Because the other game Prey, the other one is you play as like, I'll be honest, I played a little bit of Prey 2017 and the old Prey. I like the old one more because like you play as like this Native American biker, and then you, your girlfriend, and your grandpa get abducted by aliens.
Oh.
And then and like we're talking like have you ever played Quake before, DM?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know about the Strogg?
No.
So basically the Strogg are like weird fucking like very heavily fucking industrialized spaced warmongers that basically take living things and turn it into destroyant, which is basically their delicious food. So imagine that, but you get abducted by aliens and like you're being processed in a facility. And then your girlfriend gets turned into a tank.
Oh.
Dang it. Very interesting.
That's rough, buddy.
Oh yeah, and then you learn like the power of your ancestors to help you fight aliens. It's pretty cool.
Damn.
Oh yeah, you also watch your grandpa get turned into fucking paste.
No.
Ooh.
It's actually pretty fucking. It was actually a really fucking violent game, like, because like there was one part of that game I remember, and like some like little kid that got abducted broke free, and you're like, hey kid, wait, and then like the kid is scared of you, so he runs into like a little vent duct, and like as like, oh, okay, you know, probably a cutscene's gonna start. We see the kid. Nah, dude, the kid gets fucking blendered.
Oh.
Ooh.
Yeah, no, that game was fucked. It was oh.
Apparently there's amulets in Barony that give you a sex change.
Yes.
Yo.
I just found one. Me when I turn on VR chat.
Oh. Oh my god, is it done updating? Please tell me it's done updating. Please! I want to kill the bubble
troll.
fox. And then I want to go kill the Geo
God.
dragon.
The good dragon.
No, you know what this shit reminds me of? Did you ever watch the video of the one guy where he's like, have a good day, and then he puts his hand in the jar and it just starts to solidify?
Oh, yeah.
It? That's what it reminds me of. I fucking love that video. Oh, it's done.
It is accomplished.
Oh, yes. Yes! Monster Hunter! Yes! I fucking love Monster Hunter! It's my favorite niche Japanese IP, even though it's not niche anymore.
Yeah, you can't say niche when it had like 1 million concurrent players day one.
Yeah, but you know, I was there in the before times. All right. I'm the old guard. All right, I ain't a fucking tourist.
Back in
Whatever you say, old man.
Back in my day. Don't worry about it. It's a little Kit Kat bar for me, okay?
So crunchy.
No, Kit Kat bar.
I want one.
It's mine. You can't have this one.
Kit Kat bar. Okay, yep, that's a lot of new shit. Okay. Voucher special giveaway. You claim login bonuses by okay, it's a login bonus. Oh, dude, you get. Hey guys, I like a sizzle. They're giving away meal vouchers for the different places in game. You get 5 Kunafa meal vouchers and 5 pick a meal vouchers. So now you can stop getting the shitty fucking slip.
Oh my god! Finally, I'm actually offended that I have to come to them and basically force them to give me a meal. That's kind of fucked up. Haven't I done enough for these assholes? These ungrateful pieces of shit.
The challenge quest, the title update notice. All right, cool. Oh, yep. It shows you. It's here.
Nice.
I'm going in. Oh, finally, I can bump that 115 hours to at least another 130 hours.
Nice.
All right, gamers.
What's up?
I think it's time to call stream.
Oh
shit.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, alrighty. Gee, I wonder why.
I wonder why.
We made good progress today. Sorry, we basically got 3/4 of the dungeon done. I really like the aesthetic, and I feel like I'm back in my groove of map making.
We love it.
Who's back?
We've got
Not cooked.
That's right. We've got Dumpster Dovers on Friday. I'm gonna be off Saturday, and then we got more map making on Sunday.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Yes.
What a great weekend. Let's
see. Who is streaming right now? What is this layout?
What's up?
Oh. I don't like what they've done with the new layout.
Or
Looking at channels.
ooh, unfortunate.
This is very
Hey, boss.
odd. Yeah.
What about the people who are streaming on the streamers tab, streamer channel, on the Discord? Or is that a no bueno?
What about them?
What about them?
I don't know.
Who's streaming right now?
I don't know. I just know. I'm driving, so I can't tell. I just took a peek a while ago.
You dumb motherfucker.
Leave him alone. He's just a little guy.
Oh,
shit,
we could go raid Paladin. Paladin's a cool dude.
Oh, dude.
You know, epic. Wait a minute.
Ooh. Oh my god, my DLC pass stuff, yes!
All right, gamers. Say goodbye, chat.
Goodbye, chat, and happy hunting. Smile.
I shall return.
Okay.
Gamers, thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting the stream. Get their full name. All right. So yes, as I said, thank you for, that is our stream for tonight. Next time you guys will see me will be tomorrow, where I do Dumpster Delvers with Brett. So if you enjoyed the ranting that you heard earlier today between us, then you're going to enjoy it, because it's about 3 hours of ranting tomorrow as well. It's really fun. Very cathartic, I found. Very, very cathartic. So, yeah, come watch two old men yell at clouds. Aside from that, next time you'll see me streaming will be Sunday, where we continue our map creations of the necromancer's lair. This has been a ton of fun. I've been having a a blast making this map. I definitely feel like all of my creative energies that I felt were lacking before are definitely back. Like I feel like I'm hitting my stride again, which is really nice. Because there was a while where I was like, ugh. So yeah, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go raid Full Metal Paladin. They are a homie. They're a cool dude. They're doing some D&D stuff right now, and you're gonna hit them with this. We have a brand new emote specifically for raids made by the lovely Legion. It's this. You drop this, King. We hand the crown to you. We pass the crown to you. So yeah. That's our raid message. We pass the crown to you. That cute ass emote. And that's it. I hope you all have a lovely night. I hope you take care of yourselves. Hug your loved ones. Tell them that you love them. If you haven't called them in a while, call them. I'm sure they'd love to hear from you. And I will see you guys later. Good night, chat.